Hello, welcome to Castle Super Beast. This is a podcast. My name is Wooly. This is Pat.
Oh, hey, we're doing this now.
We're commencing a podcast.
Oh, wow, okay.
And sometimes we talk about video games and sometimes we talk about movies. It's kind of familiar to the Super Best Friend cast, but it's not quite the same. It's something new. And I would like to let people know that starting this week, this podcast will feature surprise mechanics. Now, I know you might be wondering to yourself, did they start late today? Late? Or surprise mechanic? Right? You didn't see it coming. You didn't know when it was going to go down.
I was sitting here thinking you were doing a weird new bit, but it turns out it was just a surprise mechanic.
You had no idea what was happening. Surprise mechanics. Surprise. Completely ethical.
Surprises.
Always and forever. Because as long as you... Hey, you know what? The data shows, Pat, that people love surprises. So this podcast is introducing surprise mechanics as a full-time feature. And now anytime anything unexpected happens, guess what?
Surprise mechanic.
We know you love it. That's why we do it.
You know, the data shows people love surprises. I know so many people that fucking hate surprises. I feel that's actually much more common for people to go, I fucking hate surprises.
So, I always remember this one bit where Bob Kelly, the comedian, always talks about once when he's never had a surprise birthday party and he's always wanted one. And his wife was planning one for him. And like it was one of these things that was like late in life, you know, like she really got all of the friends together and they planned the whole thing. And then like 2 weeks before, he gets a call from Patrice O'Neal. And Patrice O'Neal is just like, hey, yo, Robert, man, look, I don't know. It maybe you're like me, but like, man, I just want to let you know, like, yo, I fucking hate surprises. So like, I was just thinking, like, I don't know, maybe you're like me, but like, yo, they got some fucking like birthday party shit coming up that they're planning. Surprises. And like, yeah, I just figured, you know, you might be like me and just like hate that shit. So I just thought I'd give you a heads up because, you know, I just want to be real and I don't want to have you like just being, you know, showing up and being all like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you a chance to kind of prepare yourself and shit. So just to let you know, they got a surprise birthday party coming. And Bob Kelly's like, you fucking dick. I had no chance. There was no chance.
Spoilers for real life now?
Because it's like, he's the kind of dude that would fucking absolutely, as a prank, like, he'll smack your ice cream out of your hand. You know what I mean? They always tell their stories about, you know, like one of them, like Rich Voss had his first CD that he was selling after he had made them all printed, and then like Jim Norton bought one and then smashed it on the ground and broke it to pieces just because fuck you.
Why not?
That's the kind of, you know.
Why not?
But in this case, he was legitimately just like, no.
I'm trying to help you out.
I want to help you out because I fucking hate surprises, and I just figured, you know, you were like me. So just a heads up, man. You know, cool. Don't say I never did anything for you. Fucking, yeah. Some people hate surprises.
That's awful. I'm really sad now for Bob Kelly.
You know who loves surprises?
Who's that?
Children.
Children do like surprises.
Kinder surprises.
They do.
Look at that. The name. It's right there. Kinder. What does Kinder mean?
Kind? Children?
Children.
I don't know.
Kinder means children.
I don't speak candy, ironically.
What do you think a kindergarten is?
Minus grade 1.
Yes, but what do you think the words mean? What's the etymology? It's a child garden.
Oh. Is that where you grow them?
Anyway. Yes. This is where you grow the children.
Well, no one has time to know what words mean.
Okay, well, anyway. Kinder surprise. Child surprise. Kids love surprises.
I don't like that. I don't like a child surprise. That seems negative.
Well, then you shouldn't purchase any of the child surprises. Don't buy any then.
You know what my favorite part about the surprise mechanic thing is? This is like, E3 was what, 2 weeks ago? right?
Or
like
so.
tops. EA had people on stage going, "No loot boxes in official marketing capacity." But we don't use that term. We don't call them that. But you're using the negativity of the term you popularized to sell things.
Loot boxes represent something interesting in the sense that, like, it shows you how quickly, a company will catch on to people, like, absolutely despising something.
Yes.
But the proposition is just too great to ignore.
It's legal gambling.
And we've seen it. It started, I want to say, like, the first step into the realm of, like, it's not just a game you're buying anymore, is like when DLC stopped being expansion packs and it started being like single piece content.
You
right?
mean like
MMOs. I want to say MMOs started it, but I don't know if that's true.
No, because MMOs existed for like 15 years before any of this kicked
But
in.
did those MMOs sell you items and or individual things or gold?
They sold expansion packs.
Not gold.
The buy items. No. Gold buying was always illicit.
Yeah.
And the buy fancy pretty horsey
horse armor came late in the game. I remember that. That came late in the game.
Buy fancy horsey mount for $10 or whatever. That came after horse armor. And it came with it got really, really big popular with free-to-play MMOs because they needed you to buy something.
Because, like, once upon a time, we always talk about it, but it's like, you got Brood Wars, and it's like, yeah, that's a second, that's a second half game.
That's a second StarCraft.
Right? You're buying, it's a half a craft.
Yeah, StarCraft 1.5.
Yeah, it's a half craft you bought. But, like, you needed the original one because it needed all those files. But whatever, right? You didn't feel any way about that. But it got into the first, like, there was this little piece of, like, DLC thing, and then eventually, DLC complaints got more and more, like, elaborate as time went on. But we also saw more games like going, okay, we have to invest heavily in a post-launch program to have seasons of content.
I know where to point the finger. There's two fingers to point. Right? One is buy the item as big popular.
That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I asked, yeah.
And then the other is like your game is shit unless it's a live service. There's a reason it's called hats. There's a reason people joke about buying hats. Is because TF2 went fucking like ass in on the hats.
Yeah.
And now, you didn't buy them from Valve most of the time. You bought them from other people.
That made their hats, yeah. Now, the thing is I guess it doesn't really matter where the origin is. It's just for conversation. But, like, the point is that there's a couple steps you take, right? And you start with content. That's one single piece, or consumables, right? That was the next level of it, where you're like, oh, my God, it's not even like, it's like you can keep buying this shit, right? Or whatever. Then you go towards the games as a service idea, live services, and like how appealing that is, because it's like, oh shit, MMOs are getting money every month. Mm-hmm. Other games that are not MMOs are not getting money every month.
Can we do that?
Right. And then
while not using any of that money for the overhead MMOs usually use.
Yeah. And in the meantime, overseas, across in the Asias,
in the Far East,
some parents might say the Orient, yes. Right? You had the perfection of the gacha that happened on phones in like not even like early smartphone generation. You had that stuff started to come out, and we didn't at all have gacha over here. We didn't have not even gacha. I say gacha, but it's not really gacha. What I actually probably want to say is like games that like have you buying in based on like time locked gameplay, or you buy something that'll speed up the process to when you can play again, mm-hmm. or things where you're slot machining with a credit card on this phone game.
I gotta say, Japan's strict gambling laws have created two forms of insanely popular, not technically gambling industries in pachinko and gacha. Mm-hmm. Like, it's kind of astonishing that Like, I think Gacha is obviously more successful than Pachinko because Pachinko is pretty regional overall. And you have to jump through, like, a stupid amount of new hoops. Like, okay, you take the steel balls over to the place that's a separate place from the Pachinko place, and they'll give you a prize. Like, but Gacha is just genius. You can make people gamble for nothing. You can have them gamble for literally nothing.
I mean,
but it's not gambling.
Yeah,
it's a surprise.
Well, it should be obvious at this point that like people will like bend over backwards to gamble on absolutely anything they can.
Gambling's fun.
You know,
it gives you a good burst of I won in your brain.
Fun is one word.
Yeah,
there's many other operative words, but that's one of them.
It is a word.
And you know, eventually, whatever you get to this point where you can actually just process exactly how much discontent there will be on the release of a product so that you can dial it back to a range that is still insanely profitable.
Yeah, that's been going
I've talked
on.
about it a couple times where it's like your frustrations and anger and discontent are literally calculated in the pricing point.
And the times that
for
really
post-game
blow up
content
are the times in which whoever was
Post-release.
responsible for doing that math forgot to carry a 1, and you end up with stuff like Battlefront, in which they were like, uh-oh.
Or For Honor on launch.
Yeah,
or
undersold
MK11
this.
launch. Yeah.
Oops.
Yep. You know, so yeah, you know, it's a really interesting timeline we follow as like we get to this point where now like, you know, Western companies are taking like those gambling practices from the shit that was perfected across the ocean and incorporate them here, see insane amounts of profit, and if left unchecked, admittedly, we will go way further. I can't conceptualize what it would be, right? Because everything that I can think of makes me like just laugh. As like, could you imagine you're playing a game and oops, you died, buy another life, right? Like almost like an arcade machine,
You mean
except
like
it's in your home.
Kojima's fucking wet dream from decades ago?
Yeah, right. Except it's a game that is like you die all the time, like it's a fucking Super Meat Boy. You know what I mean? Like it's like an arcade play style at home situation. I couldn't like that sounds laughable.
I don't want you to underestimate the strides that FIFA made with Ultimate Team to this future. Like we have Gacha in the East, but out in the West with I think his name was Andrew Wilson at EA. Like boy, did they put the time in to get those soccer players.
Now, the was that now that's you see the thing with that is though that's applying that feature on top of a game that you've already purchased, right? FIFA is not free.
No.
Right? I see Let It Die being mentioned a lot.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the thing that lets anyone sleep at night is the fact that Let It Die is a free game.
Yeah.
So if you like Let It Die, I don't know, how much do you like it? Do you like it $20 a lot? Do you like it zero a lot? Do you like it $60 a lot?
Yeah.
Right? There's an idea of you starting at a negative where other games you would have started at $60.
Yeah. So for example, I put a couple $100 in Warframe easy. Totally worth it. I didn't have to. I could have played Warframe for freeze.
Yeah. Right?
But, okay. If I had bought Warframe, I would not have put nearly as much money into it after I burned myself like a crazy person on the Overwatch.
Imagine if there was a restaurant where all the food was really, really cheap, but you were encouraged to tip generously, and the service was like over the top incredible.
I would tip like crazy.
Yeah, probably more almost
Way
than
more.
you would have on a normal dish.
Possibly spend more overall
In general.
on the trip. Yeah.
Right? And that's kind of the business plan in a way, right? There's
a 1 in 100 chance the waiter will give you a hand job under the table.
Sure, that might happen if
1
you
in
get
100. It's advertised right on the wall.
Now, what's important is not the actual hand job, but it's the lights and the shimmer and the vibration of
Because everyone cheers around you.
Yes, the moment that you reach in the hat and you pull out the thing to see if you won. When you do win, there's like a
And there's confetti that shoots out.
And even when you fail, you didn't.
Better
get
luck
it.
next time.
Yeah, but that moment of build-up definitely puts something in your brain that gets you close to thinking, almost got a handy.
Yeah. Hey, maybe I should just buy another meal.
Tip a lot.
Yeah.
Tip a lot for sure. Yeah. So you have this now where obviously, before shit gets out of control, because guess what? If history proves anything, it's if you do not stop this shit, they will go as far as they possibly can until someone else comes along and does so. You have countries now going, are you
serious?
Are you making kiddie casinos right now?
It's funny because
are you actually making kiddie casinos?
Like, everyone's been disappointed with their local and federal governments at some point, but nearly every country that everyone listening to this has a federal body dedicated to nothing but slapping down people running bullshit casinos. And they love slapping down bullshit casinos.
Yeah. And I want to say that the country's leniency depends on how much they've been brought in on the deal rather. And countries like Australia have zero part in the deal whatsoever. And are very happy, in fact want to grandstand and platform the part where they televise them going, hey, how about I slap your shit, how about you fucking stop.
Whoa.
Which leads us to, of course, the fucking hilarious story this week that is they're not loot boxes, they're surprise mechanics, and they're quite ethical.
It's how do I put this? If you've hit the point where you're in front of a panel of officials and the word no, it's fine though comes out of your mouth, you're probably an asshole and you're probably full of shit.
So here's the thing though.
Right? No, ducks totally love drinking oil.
But they
love it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Here's the thing though, right? Every step along the way, I kind of forgot my point, and I talked around it for a while, and I think I just remembered it. It's that every one of those steps along the way, whether it was the horse armor or the these little or the models are already on the disc, but you're buying the 2 kilobyte unlock for this content.
I didn't care about that until Cross Tekken pushed it way too far. I was like, I completely understood the reality of making DLC and that you work on it while it's going gold and all that, right up until Cross Tekken said, okay, here's 10 characters. It was 10, right? It was crazy.
So, or 12.
And they're all there.
Yeah.
And not only are they all there, people with Game Sharks are playing as them right now.
Yeah.
Plus wait a year.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It got very absurd. It got really, really frustrating to anybody that was going, why? It's I own it. It's here. I purchased this stuff. Really? Okay, cool.
There was no lawsuit over it, but there's a legal challenge to be made that you own that stuff.
Right. And all of these things result in fixes that require drastic pullback, right? But the thing about loot boxes is, again,
the racket's too much money.
It's too much.
It's too much.
It's too high. It's the level of success, the level of the amount you rake in. It's casino money. It's what built Las Vegas, right? That's the level we're talking about. And it's so much higher than the loot box thing, than the cosmetics thing, than the extra characters thing, than the horse armor thing,
it's a golden
than the glam
goose
thing. It really is that much higher that they will happily sit in a courtroom or before a fucking panel and sound like assholes, because it doesn't matter how much they sound like assholes. It's so worth it.
And it's this weird thing where it's like, okay, if you piss on this person heading this panel and tell them it's raining, you might be hastening the downfall of the thing you're trying to say. If you keep going this hard instead of dialing it way back and keeping it under the radar, you're endangering this revenue source. But at the same time, oh man, there's so much money. Just push, and you know what makes me think of? It makes me think of, so Activision Blizzard and EA are the two ones that we talk about a lot, in that they love this shit. And it makes me think of an interview with Bobby Kotick a year after he started there, which was he came in and he said, we're here at Activision, we're looking at properties that have a lot of value that we can exploit every year. And then ran Guitar Hero into the dirt.
Yes.
And it died.
Yes.
And then almost ran Call of fucking Duty into the dirt until it almost died. Ran WoW into the dirt until it's like in the worst shape it's ever been. It's this real like just you burn it out, burn it all out, just get as much as you can. Like no thought about next quarter, even. Well, not even next year.
I mean, it's reminiscent of like you're basically. I'm gonna say you're gonna Martin Shkreli the situation when you get in front of a panel and you have to answer questions that are blatantly like, are you creating gambling for children? Is this what you're doing?
No. And you're Mark Wahlberging like no,
but like,
of course not.
But like the fucking the Shkreli bit, it's like, yeah, man, these fucking pills, like this pharmaceutical game is so profitable that I'm gonna act this way, that I'm gonna be like this because it's stupid
Martin,
money.
Aren't you worried that this kind of behavior is gonna have everyone looking at you to see if you shit your pants and then send you to jail? Oh, I'm not too worried about it.
EA representative pulls out the new Wu-Tang album. Exclusive, purchased for only EA employees.
But yeah, for real, it's short-sighted. If they let's say Battlefront 2 hadn't happened. Because Battlefront 2 is currently, in my mind, the high watermark for are you serious? That game was, like, gutted by its loot box stuff. And it was the Star Wars, everything that everybody knows, right?
It's Star Wars.
Right? So they saw, hey, man, because it's Star Wars, we can make Infinity times $2 billion, right? But if that game hadn't come out, we wouldn't be talking about this shit for another 2 to 3 years. Because it would have taken that long to build up. And EA would have made so much more money over that time.
Well, this is where, like, corporations and, in general, large companies, like, I remember taking a class on multinationals, right, back in college. And, like, the whole talk about how they take on properties like human beings. Yeah. And basically, it's like you're acquiring wealth. That's your one goal. Yeah. There's an aspect to this where, like, the smart quote unquote thing to do would have been to, in theory, put the frog in the pot and slowly turn up the heat.
Yeah, so the frog doesn't jump out.
Right. But the moment you saw how successful the first iteration of this was,
you saw how delicious that frog could be,
and you hire people / you have people on board whose job it is to analyze the situation
and tell you how delicious the frog is
and see how you can create the maximum juices. Yeah. Right? And it's like, well, if we can create the maximum juices in one step, if we can go from step 1 to step 18, why wait 18 iterations?
And then you turn up the heat to 18 and the frog jumps out and calls you in front of a meeting and you lie your ass off to the frog about how there was no pot at all.
Like that, they could have actually slowly done this in the way that other negative aspects of like what basically come down to getting more money out of the purchaser. Yeah. Right. In video games, that's all these all amount to the same thing. Yeah. It's you have your price of entry and then we want more. Right.
There's the word. Oh God, they don't even use it anymore. They used to use the word recurrent user spending. But now they don't even.
I've never heard that.
Oh, you've never?
I've been in this industry for a long time. I've literally never heard that.
I remember reading it a lot in like fucking investor shit. But now it's become obfuscated, in which they talk about engagement and how much engagement they have. Yeah. And engagement means two things. Engagement means how long people stick around, but it also means how long people stick around with their money.
Yes. But in a much more like obvious way, engagement is straight up like interaction with things, like, because that is currency in and of itself.
Well, you know how you keep interacting with it, right? Right, with the money.
Sure, but in a lot of cases.
But that's what I mean.
In a lot of cases, though, the influential kid in grade 9 who gets all of his friends into the game, is just as valuable as like the one person who's occasionally spending a little bit here and there, you know, because the idea is like one of those kids will be a whale or will lead to a whale, you know. But anyway, yeah, so we get this clown shoes state of affairs now.
It's extra crazy because it's like, it's not a legal proceeding where you have to dance and like don't say the wrong thing because then your shit'll fall apart. It's like you're trying to convince these people, and everyone that you're talking to, just, you can see it in their face, is like, are you for real with this shit right now?
It is a corporation. It is a giant company doing the equivalent of rolling out of bed with Coke on their fucking beard.
Yeah.
And showing up and straightening their tie and going, Your Honor, what? Yeah.
I don't even know what cocaine is.
You're out of order.
Is that a soft drink?
You know, like you know, putting your hand on the Bible and being like, I don't swear to shit. Like, yeah. You know, like literally just going into it. Really is just you really could have done so much more damage if you controlled your impulses, but the fucking greed inside,
you know what's gonna bite
the blood in the boner got so turgid that you couldn't help but turn it up to the max.
You know what's gonna end up biting them in the ass super hard? All the attempts they made to head this off at the past that were weak shit are gonna be used as proof that the shit is real. You remember when, oh god, what was it? NBA Live was like telling Belgian people to like call their representatives and tell them that the loot boxes in NBA Live were totally cool and that they don't need to legislate it. Do you remember that? That was like the start of like the whole situation getting like, how are you supposed to then go in front of whatever fucking body and go, nah, man, we don't even know what that is? Like,
is it possible? Is it possible to gaslight an entire nation? Can that be done?
Yes, but it's tough.
Oh wow, yeah. The best part about the story, in which EA's VP of Legal Government Affairs refuses to use the term loot boxes in favor of surprise mechanics and compares them to Kinder eggs, which are not gambling, but quite ethical. The best part of that story is underneath the tweet where Hard Drive Magazine, a.k.a. The Hard Times, straight up just replies and says, I don't remember writing this. And they're the video game equivalent of The Onion.
It's great.
Straight up just being like, wow, really?
I'm very fond of a phrase, don't piss on me and tell me it's raining.
You've used it quite a few times, including today.
They are like, it's a fucking thunderstorm out here. It's so silly that I can't help but chuckle because it's silly.
I mean, I kind of even applaud the room of people that went, okay, guys, what do we got? Kinder Surprise.
Ooh, that's like a...
Who has not bought their child a Kinder Surprise? And you go, ever bought a Happy Meal? Do you know what's going to be inside that Happy Meal? You don't know what that toy is going to be. Does the kid love it? Yes, he does. What are we looking at? Surprise. You didn't know what you were getting. Was the Happy Meal free? No, it wasn't. You had to buy that fucking meal. Kid's happy at the end of it. Why? Because he didn't know what toy he was getting. Fucking raise. Immediately. How do we put that in a soundbite and put that in front of a bunch of old people that don't understand video games? Because to be fair, they really fucking don't. And a lot of the time, like, these things are almost embarrassing how little they understand about technology when they're going into these questionings. But, like, yeah. Like, the balls on the team that came up with that.
Your Honor, I was just worried that my wife was overheating, so I filled her with speed holes.
Aerodynamic.
To ventilate her so that she would feel better.
So, yeah. That was an irresistible story off the top.
I forgot that happened this week. That feels like ages ago.
Oh yeah. And I mean, if you want to double dunk on it,
why not?
Right? That leads right hand in hand to the other very similar story, which, you know, much to everyone's surprise, it turns out that NBA 2K19 fans are not really happy with the level of increased unskippable in-game ads, right? See, they were tolerant to a certain amount.
Sports games, yeah, there's ads on the stadium and there's a little Mountain Dew logo underneath the replay. That makes sense. That looks like it is on the TV.
But now,
yeah,
that you've increased those ads
and you can't
to be unskippable,
and now they're real ads,
and you're gonna actually have a moment where your loading screen is complete, and it says at the bottom "loading complete," but the ad's not done, so you can't go forward into the game, which you have paid $60 for.
Yes.
They're kind of upset.
Well, Wooly, how are these sports games supposed to make their money while having total monopolies without this kind of thing? How could a basketball game make money in a system that only they get to make a basketball game without this kind of practice? It's impossible.
You know, modern day monetization, right? As a domain that you can actually like fucking master and walk into any company that deals with media and like fucking skyrocket to the board of directors if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's really interesting how so much of it is just based on the principle of don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if anyone like listened to or followed or remembers early satellite radio, right? But
I do not.
Sirius XM once upon a time was Sirius and XM separately.
Yeah.
Right? They were competing. It was like Blu-ray and HD DVD.
Mm-hmm.
There was a whole thing where their main competition wasn't so much each other as much as it was AM and FM radio.
Yeah, regular ass fucking radio.
Because everyone has one and it's built into fucking everything, right?
Yeah.
The end. So back then, as these satellite things required you to install a satellite, you know, wire in your car and all this nonsense, and you'd subscribe, right? You'd pay to subscribe to the service. Everything was ad-free because you were paying for it.
Makes sense.
Simple, right? I want entertainment. I want it round the clock. I want radio. I don't like ads. I'm paying you already. Therefore,
Netflix model.
The money comes from me, not from the commercials, right?
Man.
Great. Done. And for a while, they had that. And then suddenly, at some point, commercials started airing. And
I remember people getting real pissed off at Hulu, where it's like, why am I paying X dollars a month for Hulu, and now I'm seeing a fucking commercial in front of my fucking face?
Because the temptation cannot be resisted, right? Like, the idea that you can start this business on a subscription model in order to not have to have advertising is, like, it's the most appealing thing in the world, right? It's a really great, because a lot of people that are just like, yeah, I just want to hear the thing I like and that's it or whatever. It's fine. But at a certain point, someone walks in and goes, hey, you know, I looked at everything and I looked at all the money you guys have coming in. And quite frankly, you're not optimizing where you could be. You know, you see your profit margin here. How would you like that to be 25 times higher?
It's
tomorrow.
It's funny because all of these, like, you know, your disappointment and all that's been factored in. They always factor in, but they always leave the one part of the equation out, which is what happens if we push it way too far and people abandon our shit? And then we don't make money.
Well, that's the place that we enter now, and that's the place we go to, because, like, it's one where once upon a time goodwill mattered. Now it doesn't, right? So
or it's quite rare that it does.
Yeah, I guess, but I maybe it's just nostalgia talking, but it feels as if the world before we had to think about these things and be like, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
Right? Is one where, in theory, the people in charge of this stuff were aware of it. Maybe they would have done it, but they just didn't, know that this could be done. Maybe the data was just missing, right? Who knows? But but the balls in my brain it takes to basically just be like, hey, I know you're already paying, and I know that the reason why you bought into this service is because we said no ads, but now we're just going to put them in anyway. And sorry, if you like the content, you're still going to stick around, aren't you?
Yeah.
And then it just ends up being the way things are now. It's like, well, then what's the payment for?
It's nice that we get to look at sports games as an example for everyone, a relatively low stakes example of why long-term de facto monopolies suck shit for everyone. Right? Your football game being crap isn't the actual end of the world compared to, I don't know, like a company having a monopoly on a type of food or something, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, you get to see of like, oh, wow, this just gets shittier and shittier every year, and it will only get shittier.
And the thing about it is, it's not like having multiple revenue streams is inherently evil.
Of course not. We have multiple revenue streams.
There you go. It's that, like, there's an understanding when you kind of you make an ask, you know, at the beginning of like, well, we're starting this, and people are, again, they're buying with the understanding that part of the reason why you're getting my money, Netflix, is because I'm not sitting through commercials.
Yeah. So, for example, this podcast that everyone is listening to is free.
Yes.
There are commercials. And
yeah.
The commercials pay for the podcast.
Yes.
If we were to, in the future, the long, far future, whatever, switch the podcast to, hey, give us $5 a week for the podcast, you know, whatever, the commercials would probably go away. Because it switched.
I mean, don't a lot of, like, Patreon things...
That's the whole point.
The
number one thing on a Patreon is watch my bullshit with no ads.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. We still will slurp a Red Bull.
Oh. They would have to cease and desist my shit.
But no, but ultimately, yeah, it's just, and there's a bit of a basic understanding, and it's a bit naive to think of it as a mom and pop style, like, well, you see where that dollar comes from, so now you understand how the sausage gets made.
Yeah.
It's not quite that, but it still is something where, yeah, when you take a game that people have been buying and you've already annualized it when it doesn't need to be annualized.
You've annualized it
because sports games are the same thing year after year,
so
ultimately don't need iterations beyond every 3 to 4.
So, Wooly, okay, I keep running into this problem, what I would call a context problem. And what you just said is a really good example. There are people that are listening to us that, depending on their age or when they started playing sports games, whatever, literally don't remember a time when the yearly sports game had real new features.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Sports games used to come out every year, and it used to be that every year had a genuinely cool new thing in them.
I remember when Quarterback Club introduced the stiff arm stick.
Christ, I remember that. I don't play fucking Madden.
Yeah.
I remember back in 95 when NHLPA 93, 95. In 94, when you began to be able to create sports characters and make custom teams, and how fucking crazy that was.
And there came a time when, God, what was it? It was Madden. Was it 99?
It was the first Madden.
But I played we bought a PC version of it. I remember it was the only time we went off console, and we bought a PC at Madden, and it had roster updates that would happen literally, like, oh shit, new season came out.
Just move them over.
Download the new update to get the updated names of the players.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, fuck, that's super cool, right?
That is cool.
Nowadays, roster updates are a massive thing because people, like, ultimately, fans of the NBAs, of the NHL, and MLB, all these, things, they want player names, and they want to see the player's face, and they want to recreate the thing they like watching.
A lot of sports fans are stat nerds. And they want their stats.
And all that really is a fucking patch into the current game.
A couple text files.
Right? But whatever. They've already found a way, is what I'm saying, to bilk sports fans for their money every year, and it's accepted now. We simply just accept it. It's normal, right? The fact that you don't make a leap forward with actual design or tech or whatever or anything is just accepted and normal. We don't care anymore, right? You've already suckered people in this way, and so why not push it further? Because the idea almost is that if you have a bunch of suckers already here,
why not suck them more?
Right? Anyone who's already upset at this is gone.
Yeah.
So the people who are left can probably be squeezed a little bit more.
Also, I mean, we're talking a duo of a pseudo-captive audience and an uninformed audience when you're talking about the amounts of people that buy sports games. A lot of people that buy sports games that... I remember my old boss at the grocery store. It's like, it's Madden Day, and he ran out and got a 360 and was sick for a week. And just maddened it up.
Yeah. And it basically just represents new game, new soundtrack, new EA tracks to listen to as you get your season set up and you play with your friends and make your trades and do your thing.
Yeah.
And it does... I mean, there were people that literally would go through team rosters and update every player name themselves back in the day. Mm-hmm. And now this just represents, like, yeah, we'll do all that for you or whatever. But... it's the idea that, like, you already have created an audience of people that you know you're exploiting, so why not throw it a little bit further by putting these ads in those games? And notice that, like, it's sports games that get these extra ads and not any other genre. You know what I mean? Like, not to say there aren't ads in other genres of games, but, like, this type of thing is coming up constantly on this podcast from sports games because they know that these are the people that
and because they have a monopoly,
they can get away with it.
We're the only baseball game in town. We're the only football game in town. We're the only basketball game in town.
Licensed, right?
But most people are concerned, that's literally the same thing.
Once upon a time, it didn't need to be licensed, but now it's everything. Yeah, 100%.
Like I want to play my football game with my football characters.
Yeah. So, people are just fucking going, what the shit is 2K doing with these?
And 2K is smiling while thinking in their brain, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
See you next year.
I saw a video where it was a solid, like the whole the over the loading screen, it played the whole thing, and then it was a solid 10-15 extra seconds of just like, no, you can't start, start yet.
This is a bit of a tangent, but I just, something just popped in my head. What is the most outrageous ad you've ever seen in a game? Didn't we talk about? You're not allowed to say Cup Noodle because Cup Noodle was hilarious.
I mean, didn't we already talk about Dark Sky and all that shit?
Yeah, Dark Sky was pretty bad, but there's one that I actually think of that was way worse. How far into Alan Wake did you get?
0.
Alan Wake has the most absurd ad I've ever seen in the world, where you're in a fucking mental hospital and a fucking storm is tearing the place out, and it's like, run away from the darkness, it's gonna kill you. And there's, you know how Max Payne, they'll play like a fake TV show, and you fucking run into a lobby, and playing at full volume in this big TV is like a fucking ad for like a Ford Taurus that's like multiple minutes long, and you get an achievement for watching the whole thing. And like the background storm ambience just drops away as you watch it, and it's just like, holy fucking shit, guys.
Which, of course, I'm sure if you play offline, there's it's just a blank screen.
No, it's built in. Oh, that's before that shit started to happen. Oh,
wow, okay. Because there is an argument to be made, and I will say this, that when you're playing your soccer, your football, and you see, or the hockey, and you see the ads of the different sponsors around the edge of the
That's
ring.
Part of the look of a sports game.
Exactly, right? And then it goes, and let's get that replay brought to you by Coke, the Coke Minute replay.
The reason why it's crazy is because sports games had a free pass to get away with 1,000,000 times more than everybody else.
Because that's what you fully expect when you watch a normal sports game.
Because it would actually be weird to not see
have it. Yeah.
But then they're like, but what if more, though? But what if?
Yeah. Well, anyway.
This shit's crazy.
Yeah, and unlike most of the other stories, this one with the NBA 2K19 has no update because it's just that's the game.
Get fucked.
You know.
You know what's
I saw like I played 5 recently somewhere, Street Fighter 5 that is.
Yeah.
And saw that they had the ad costumes on that you could turn on and whatnot and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I guess that update happened. And I still remain in this place of just like, it's not that I like it, but if you decide to make an ad-supported version of your game, but then make it free, I understand, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, that's it. Totally understandable.
There's a gain there,
right?
To somebody,
because you're still playing that core exchange. You're still acknowledging that core exchange we mentioned way at the top, which is you're gonna make your money somehow. You're putting out on your sleeve how you're making your money, and that's through advertising as people play this free video game.
You know what? I just got a great segue in my brain, because we're talking about annualized franchises, and we're talking about brand and ad integration into those franchises, right? And how most of the time it comes off and you want to vomit. But there is actually one other series I can think of, aside from sports games, in which removing the ads would damage that series.
A specific IP or a genre?
Specific IP. In which removing all of the ads, of which there are literally fucking thousands, would damage it. And that's the fucking Yakuza series, where every single health item, or nearly every health item, consumable, store, etc.,
is a real Japanese
fucking
product.
Ad. Do you want Boss Coffee to refill your health? Hell yeah, I would like some Boss Coffee to refill my health, please.
How did they... Isn't that a licensing nightmare?
They get it.
I mean, Calorie Mate and Metal Gear Solid is still a thing.
There is Boss Coffee. There is CC Lemon.
Yeah.
There is fucking ads for Nico Doga all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, it's rife. But it's fine
because it's accurate.
Because it's in a hyper accurate or hyper realistic version of a city that totally has that shit everywhere.
Right.
And on top of that, so I've been playing a lot of Judgment / Judge Eyes, whichever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The fact that Sega has gotten away with making the same fucking 10-block radius 15 times in a row. I believe this is the 15th Yakuza-ish game. And that Kamurocho fucking block is the same fucking location it's literally always been. There has been more than one of these a year since this series has come out.
It's a good thing it's a story that's driven on narrative and that you're following the chapters.
Yeah. Like,
of what happens to these characters.
And you look, like, it's crazy because, like, everybody's totally cool with it because it makes sense and they do the work to update it game to game and then find the ads, and that pays for some of the, like, high-end stuff that they do in that series, whatever. But, like, see, look how easy it was.
Yeah.
All you had to do, and this is the tough part, was make every single one of those games good and have tons of good shit in it. That's all. Here's some big fucking air quotes. That's all you had to do, is make every single one of them a good one. Even the shittiest Yakuza game is still pretty good.
Okay, but no. There's a difference though, because if people are still happy with their sports game, but they throw in ads on the loading screen, that's like every time you use that CC Lemon, you have to watch a 30-second animation of him drinking it slowly as the logo zooms in on the can, and then he walks and disposes of the can in a recycling bin.
I had a really fun moment when I streamed Judgment last week, where there's a side quest in which I walk up to a restaurant that I have not heard of. And you walk out, and then the president of the company is there. And the president of the company is like, hey, did you like our steaks? We really, really try and mix the highest quality steaks with the lowest price possible so that the customer always wins. And your character goes, wow, that is a really fantastic. And that is the start of a 5-part quest line, which is just, and I mean just, talking to the president, who, by the way, is standing in front of a real poster of himself on the wall of the restaurant. And you're like, wow, this is an amazing way to run a company. And I look at my chat and go, is this an ad? And sure enough, comes back, this is totally an ad. This is a real restaurant, and this is a real guy.
Yak's got to get those sacks of money.
And
they got to get paid. It's what they do.
It's really funny to me because it happened with the cup noodle thing too.
Yes.
Where it's so fucking in your face.
Yes.
And it's played so serious while being goofy as fuck that I laugh and I go, "Oh, you got me."
Because it comes back around.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's funny. The cup noodle thing in Final Fantasy 15 I think is my favorite part of the entire game, especially with what you can do with the photo there. Which everyone I knew, I don't know, I didn't talk to you about it, but the final photo was like Noctis with the cup noodle on his head, or just the photo of cup noodle. This is the memories we made along the way, cup noodle. Like, it's hilarious. And it doesn't come off gross, it comes off in this pathetically sincere, like embarrassing almost.
Yeah, but also this is the same franchise as FF7 and FF6. In a way, like it.
What?
Like, how am I putting? It's like,
oh, right, yeah.
It's just, it's weird to think that like the world we live in now is one where like,
you know what?
I can't even.
I just looked down into our chat and saw the perfect example of what I'm talking about, and it's fucking Wayne's World. Do you remember that shit? That fucking long bit about how they would never sell out while they're wearing Pizza Hut t-shirts and drinking big Pepsis.
Yes.
That shit was hilarious.
Well, I mean, movies like do that all the time. It's been a part of movies forever. The fucking 7-Up Transformer or Mountain Dew Transformer.
But it's you know, I feel like there's a really fine line. Make me laugh at how disgusting you're being.
Right.
And you get a free
pass. Sure.
Just give me a chuckle. One chuckle. So if they had a fucking thing in NBA where they had a feature of like TV emulation mode where they actually dialed it up to like disgusting, but it was optional, I bet some people would get a kick out of it.
The Mountain Dew Minute presented by Taco Bell. Insurance providers, Geico.
Yeah.
The fucking lizard crawls across the screen. Yeah. Right. Anyway.
Brands.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, so I played Judgment.
Cool.
Guess what?
Sure.
That game does not have an E in it, in the title, which screwed up my titles for a while and a bunch of my tweets.
Guess what?
What?
Judgment, the word, does not have an E.
The legal version doesn't. The one everyone else uses does.
Okay, well, I learned this back when I worked on Guilty Gear Judgment.
Yeah.
And I remember that was the time that I'd be writing bugs, and I was like, God damn it, how does this word not have an E? Well, it has MENT is there, but I mean after the judge.
But the reason is because they're two different words that mean 99% the same thing. And one has an E and one doesn't. After my stream and me fucking it up all over, I had a guy message me on Twitter who apparently works in a law firm. He's like, I have to spend hours a week going through documents.
Yeah.
Just taking the E out.
Yeah.
Or else the documents don't count.
Yeah. That's where I learned it. I learned it on the fucking job.
Regardless, this game is weird. Shocker, as from the Ryuga Gotoku studio, which they're now named the Like a Dragon studio.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Like a Dragon Games at this
because
point.
The whole time I streamed it, every 10 minutes I had to re-explain to people coming in, wait, is this a Yakuza game? And the answer is, because it takes place in the same location.
It's a spinoff.
It's a spinoff.
Yeah.
But everyone keeps expecting Majima to jump out a window.
Right.
And
what's a Gaiden? Whatever.
As I've gone through a bunch of it, and as I've talked to people who played the Japanese version, Majima is not going to jump out a window. Yakuza 6 has problems. I finished that like last week. And the biggest problem is they actually got stuck trying to get away from Kiryu. because Kiryu's the man, right? He's the face. That first game came out in like fucking 2004. And it became increasingly difficult for people to come into the series because you'd have moments in like Yakuza 4 where you turn a corner and you're like, oh my god, it's you! That one boss from Yakuza 1 that I thought died, but I guess you didn't die. And now you're the head of this entire side quest chain. And new players will go, huh? What?
See, I'm assuming that Judgment has characters from that world.
Zero.
Oh, wow.
The more that I play it, the more it becomes really, really clear that they're like, so by the way, this is the first one that got a dub since Yakuza 1. And it has 2 subtitle translations. It has a subtitle translation for the game, and it has a subtitle closed captioning option for the dub.
Okay.
So when you switch it to dub subtitles, you get closed captioning. When you switch it to it's Japanese language but subtitles,
it translates the Japanese.
You get the translate.
Cool.
It's super cool.
That's a lot of work.
Sure is. Because this is the new attempt to be like, hey, kid, it doesn't have the word Yakuza in the title.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Hey, everybody, there's this cool game series we got, and you don't need to know a goddamn thing about it to jump in.
That's what I heard. And that's
totally what this game is.
A lot of people let me know that.
There is like zero knowledge required. And to a degree, it's a little disappointing because I have only been able to find one line of text that references anything at all from the old games. And it's basically a move that Kiryu used to have that you can unlock in this game. Then it describes this move was made famous by a legendary Yakuza. And that's it. That's literally all I've been able to find in the whole game.
I mean, at some point in the middle of an investigation, somewhere deep down within the final hours of the game, someone's shirt's going to get ripped off.
Game's been out in Japan. No.
Not one.
No. There's a guy who says that a crazy Yakuza man jumped out of him because he was hiding in a bathroom stall, which people assume means Majima, but he doesn't mention an eye patch. He doesn't mention a thing. He just, right? You're dealing with the Tojo clan. Guess what? Hey, there's Yakuza. There's Yakuza. Yeah. But it's a new family I've never heard of, and it never seems to overlap at all. This is a very contained side story.
Not only do shirts like not get ripped off, someone is seen buttoning one up.
So early in the game, like one of the first things that happens is your character is dressed like a hobo to blend in, and he somehow rips the entire hobo outfit off to appear as boy band cop man.
There you go.
In a very similar way, and I guess that's the one that we get.
Okay.
So aside from the weirdness of how much of a spinoff this is, the game's fantastic. Shocker. It's fucking great.
Yep.
There's a real benefit to the change in tone because you play as a disgraced lawyer who is now a private detective instead of, I don't know, a fucking Yakuza. Mm-hmm. And just that single change in context as to being, this is a person who is actually on the outside of this world poking their head in. It gives them the ability to do a lot of stuff that they don't usually do. And it's great. It's a new combat character that plays completely differently from any of the other characters they had. They decided to try something new where now you, instead of having all sorts of combat styles, they have one that's for groups and one that's for bosses. And you just hit down on the D-pad and go, this is the single target boss fighting style. Or this is the group fighting style with lots of wide kicks.
I imagine that the life of a yak and the life of a detective would have different amounts of random fight encounters on the street.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
I would.
So they've actually done something really smart here. Because in the Yakuza series... By the way, Yakuza, it's an RPG series. There's random battles. It's just modern, and you're in a city, but you're fighting random battles all the time. So there's still random battles here. But for the early game, what they do is most of them are jokes, and they're just drunks. They're drunk goons that are just... They're not gang this, Yakuza that, angry asshole this, which, of course, they would all fight Yakuza man, because, whatever.
Turf wars, yeah.
Right? Here, it's goons. You get a little farther into the story, and you have a little story event where you have a run-in with a local street gang, and you piss them off. And then the game tells you, hey, some of your random battles will be against these gang members. And what they've done is that in Yakuza 1 through a million, random battles would just slowly increase in difficulty over the course of the game. But each random battle would be more or less the same difficulty. It just depended on how many goons there were. Here, they're still drunk idiots that are jokes. And then there are mini bosses wandering around. So you're flipping a coin between pretty easy and fairly tough.
And it makes sense in detective context.
Yeah, because you did a stupid run-in and you pissed these guys off. I just did another story event. I fully expect a larger Yakuza organization to now start showing up. And basically they set it up so that as you go forward, tougher and shittier groups will be mad at you and trying to murder you. Therefore, like putting more variety in your random battle shit. It's smart.
It's neat. Is there anyone trying to subject the detective to a shakedown?
Not yet.
Okay.
That's really only been in Zero, and it sucks because that was like the best part of Zero. It was the most memorable part that everybody loved to talk about. Story's fantastic. It really, how to put this? You know how we've talked in the past or alluded to, like Ace Attorney is like a satire of the Japanese legal system, but most people aren't aware of how screwed up the Japanese legal system is, so they don't even think about it at all.
Right.
This game is literally all about that. The reason your character is disgraced is because he's a defense attorney who actually got an acquittal, and then the next day his client went and murdered his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, well yeah. So I remember the trailer set that up. But there's also something to the hard-boiled story that is like you have to have a disgraced cop that is the truth of the matter is they were just too good at their job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They like there's always a Sin City tale underneath of like
if you weren't
the
such a good defense attorney,
fuck you, Hardigan.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. You think you're better than us? You know, there's always that. So yeah. Of course.
Game also, it's the first. Outside of Zero, it's the first Yakuza game of any kind to run at a good frame rate. It's the first one outside of the PS4 port of Zero that runs at 30. Like, it actually runs at 30.
Wait, by good frame rate, you mean 30?
I mean 30.
Okay, because I remember when I loaded up that third one for testing purposes, and I was like, oh, that's a really busy city. I don't have high expectations, and that's
right.
Fine.
And that was correct for you to think that.
Yes, but we are now many a year later, and
well, let me give you
they haven't figured that out yet.
A very fast breakdown. Okay, 1 and 2 are on the PS2, and get fucked trying to have that look stable, right?
Sure.
3, 4, 5, 0 were all on the PS3. And 3 didn't even run that well, and they only kept throwing more shit at it as time went on.
And they used the same engine.
Yep.
Okay.
And then 0 got ported to the PS4, or it was cross-gen, so it ran at 60 there, and everyone went, yay! And then Kiwami was a fucking Wii U game that then came to the PS4, so that it ran good there, yay! And then we got 6, which is a new engine, the Dragon engine, and we're right back to Yakuza 3 of like, it's trying to hit 30. It's trying. And then this one actually not only runs at a really, and I'm crazy about this. It is a stable 30, but it actually has a higher resolution than all the other games. They put a lot of like optimization time into it, and it actually makes a big difference that when you're running through the city, people aren't fucking popping into existence, and the shit isn't juddering as you turn a corner.
Usually when you switch to a new engine, it's so that you can go, hey, look, guys, the sky's the limit. Look how awesome this is going to be for the future.
Yeah.
And
that's why they switched to Dragon, yeah.
And now, but you switch to it and you're immediately pushing it to the limit right away.
Yeah. And now the only thing is, and it used to be push it harder, and that's why Yakuza 4 doesn't run as good as 3, and then 5 really doesn't run very well at all. And here they've actually gone the opposite. And it's like, I could be fine with the games looking like this and running this way for another 5-10 years. Fine, whatever. It's good now. Game's great.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. No, not I guess the game's great. I mean, I'm just thinking about how I'm like, okay, so like they're not Rockstar. right?
No.
Rockstar is making bigger games with comparable amounts of insane content that are running at 1080 60.
Yeah.
Fine, they don't have that kind of money.
Well, no, wait. What are you talking about? Rockstar games don't run well at all.
Really? Doesn't?
Crazy? Red Dead runs at some weird frame rate, and then on top of that has like the worst input latency of like any game I've ever played.
Fucking big cash money Rockstar doesn't run at the like.
No, do you know why?
Games? Why?
Look at the detail on this horse testicle.
Huh.
They're the like the pinnacle of just push more detail, push more draw distance, push more everything.
That is me fully just assuming with no knowledge whatsoever
you're thinking
that the money would have obviously made
the money
this
goes
the
into
thing.
more. It doesn't go into better.
I straight up outsider thought the money made it all work.
Wooly,
Wow.
more and more.
Wow.
Nobody. The reason why I play most of my games on PC is because nobody cares about better. They care about more. Mm-hmm. I would gladly die. So, like, I'm going to switch over. I played some of the Iceborne beta this weekend. Mm-hmm. Did you play any of it?
No.
It's fucking awesome. I can't play it anymore. The fucking variable fucking 35 to 50 FPS rando chug shit on the PS4, I can't do it. Fuck it. Not after playing a bunch of it on PC. But with that being said, just lock it to 30. If you locked it to 30, it would be fine. It would be smooth. But this variable shit is the worst. I gotta talk to somebody to see if I can get that message across. It's so fucking bad.
So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna wait on PC. I'm going to wait a couple months, hopefully not that long, till PC. But what I did get to do is fuck around with all the new shit they put in, all the new weapon stuff. It's approaching character action at this point cuz they gave everybody Nero's arm. It's crazy how much shit everybody got. I think it's the most amount of new moves those weapons have ever received in an update.
I mean, a Devil Bringer is not the metric for that, but I get what you mean. It's getting really actiony.
Well, I also mean they literally gave, like, it's got more mechanics than the Devil Bringer does.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I'm very excited for Iceborne. I hope that PC release is not that far away.
I'm so excited that you're going to sit at their copy and stare at it.
I would rather wait to play a better version than get frustrated. Also, I'm in a weird place.
All your friends are playing now.
Oh, no. All my friends are waiting for the PC version.
Oh, okay.
Except for one.
Well, there you go.
You know the crazy one who just will not wait and will double down and recreate all of his shit on the PC version? That friend? Yeah, he's going PS4. But everybody else I know is going, well, I'll just wait for the PC version because all the friends that I play with Monster Hunter are the same friends I play FF14 with, and they're all PC players. I'm glad T-Rex is back. I'm very glad. You never dealt with him before, but
did not.
He's a good screamy boy. He's a good one. What else I do? Oh yeah, I'm sure you touched this. I'll have almost nothing to say about this other than Bloodstain's really good.
Did you wear a certain mask as you played?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, which one?
Apparently you could...
Baz or Stone Mask?
Baz.
So if you want to play as Baz, when you start the game, have your name be all caps Bullfighter.
Yeah.
You get a dumb little Zubaz mask on your face.
Yeah. That's cool.
Did you play Bloodstained at all?
I did not. I will be taking a look at that and Judgment and other things a little later this week, though.
So
had a busy weekend, but we'll get there.
I have a real easy sell to anybody who is on the fence about Bloodstained. Have you ever played or enjoyed Symphony of the Night? Symphony of the Night specifically.
Yes.
You'll enjoy Bloodstained.
It's my favorite.
Because it's Symphony of the Night 2.
It's the Castlevania game I have enjoyed the most.
So, and I really mean like, because you know Aria of Sorrow came out, and Dawn of Sorrow came out, and Portrait of Ruin came out, and Order of Ecclesia came out. They all had variations on the formula. Mm-hmm. This is Symphony of the Night. It's just Symphony of the Night. Mm-hmm. Down to certain rooms being the same. You know in Symphony of the Night, when you go into the grotto underneath the castle, and there's that waterfall that goes down, and there's like all these little satellite rooms that you have trouble getting back up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there.
Cool.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I believe the Twitter account is called Whip or Sword.
Yeah. So they had a thing where, hey, when you fight the secret boss, do you want to get a whip or do you want to get a sword? And they couldn't. The polls got inconclusive, so you get the whip sword from it.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And the boss that you fight to get it is Iga.
The cowboy hat wearing.
Yeah.
Nice.
IGA.
Nice.
Also, we all joke about, haha, is that a JoJo reference? This is now like, this is bordering on too far. This is bordering on way too far.
Okay, now you talked about the mask for a second.
The stone mask is right there.
Is it a name you enter?
No, it's an item that you pick up.
Just pick up.
And it's the stone mask.
Okay.
It's the stone mask.
Yes.
And it has the thing coming out of the forehead,
Yeah.
and it's the stone mask.
Yeah, yeah.
If you hold up on the D-pad, you do one of Josuke's pose, and if you keep holding up on the D-pad, you do Dio's pose when you look at him from the back.
Yeah.
There's a character that might as well actually be named Dio in the game, and everything that comes along with it. There's a certain special move you can do that has the same sound effect as it does in Stardust Crusaders. Like, it's stupid.
I mean, dude, like that. Like, I saw the intro to Hunter x Hunter now. That fucking mask is just sitting there.
It's just right there.
It's just there.
Yeah.
And you go, oh yeah, hey, look cool.
Hey, look,
anyway, moving on. Don't worry about it. Yeah. That's fun.
It's a really good game. And it is a success of Kickstarter. Good Kickstarter game.
Took a long time.
I only have one thing to say about it that's a downside, and I kind of feel gross thinking it. It's not Hollow Knight.
In scope?
No, I mean, it's just not Hollow Knight. This is a sequel to Symphony of the Night that we would have gotten in, like, 2000. And Hollow Knight is the sequel to all that, to one of the Metroid or those that we got in 2017 or whatever year it came out.
Sure. I mean, I agree with this sentiment that, I don't know if you're saying this or not, but personally, I like sprites more than 3D a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So-
I still miss that Bloodstained doesn't have sprites.
Yeah, so there's that.
But it's not just that. I just mean, like, the feel and stuff like that. It's like,
Okay.
I was just as excited about Bloodstained as anybody else, and I feel kind of disappointed, not in the game, because it's exactly what it needs to be, but it's not, like, more like Hollow Knight was. Hollow Knight was a shock to me.
Is there a, so besides the Symphony of the Nightness, is it also the same in terms of spells, moves, and equipment?
It's Arya. It's based off of Arya.
Okay. Because
It's kill enemies, get souls, use power.
Okay. Because, like, I enjoyed the Hollow Knight system as well of, like, you know, equipping the, what are they called? Charms. And fitting the numbers in and making that all work
Yeah,
together.
no, this is straight up very Arya or Dawn of Sorrow. Just, like, kill this enemy, get the arrow spell, put your hand out and shoot arrows.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Game's fantastic.
Right on. Yeah.
There's parts of it that are hard as fuck, though.
As they should.
Like, I'm stuck. I'm for real stuck on a boss. I can't beat it. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
Yeah. Future reference, save yourself some trouble and don't compare things to Hollow Knight. Those guys are fucking crazy.
Can I compare Silk Song to Hollow Knight?
Those guys are fucking... You can compare Silk Song, yes. Yes. That is the one game you're allowed to compare to Hollow Knight.
I'm super, like, weirded out. Like, Metroid Prime 4 is going to come out. I'm like, it's no Silk Song.
What else you do?
That's pretty much it.
Cool.
I didn't play Final Fantasy at all, actually,
All right.
because I did everything I wanted to do, and now I just wait for the expansion. I watched anime.
Did you watch Attack on Titan?
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, I messaged you at 6:30 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I watched it before that.
Yeah, you watched
So, yes.
Yeah.
So, hold that thought.
This week, we'll actually talk about that shit.
Yeah. Also, shout outs to everyone who doesn't listen to the end because I put the message in at the end, but
Yeah.
those who didn't hear it
I love
didn't
that.
hear it.
I love it.
Exposed.
My favorite-
For not listening to music, whatever.
My favorite is when people are like, Pat, did you know this? And then they message me back like, oh, I watched 2 more minutes and you said the thing that I told you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, there is a huge ongoing for the last X years.
Yeah.
Number of folks that send in a thought or tweet a thought mid listen.
Yeah.
And then get there later and go,
Oh.
like, yeah. You probably would have forgotten. I get it. But also, yeah, give it a shot.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
But yes, we will be talking about the basement and other things from Attack on Titan this week.
Yeah.
We promise.
Like things more exciting than the basement.
But who cares about the basement?
Fuck the basement.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Catch up, man. It's good stuff.
It's good for you. We were talking about the EO10 onslaught today. Cool. I guess.
Curse you, commie subs, for putting that curse on us. If you want to check out more of my bullshit, check out twitch.tv/angriestpat. This week, I'm barely streaming at all because Thursday, Friday onwards, it'll be all Shadowbringers all the time until I beat that main scenario quest, which will be every day until I do. I foresee many stream hours from Friday onwards.
There's no shortage of games you could take a look at, but you're choosing this one.
Well, here's...
And then there will be others.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not streaming today, tomorrow, Wednesday, because I'm like, let me think. I'm going to be streaming probably like 9 days in a row and then hopping on a plane to go to RTX. Do I really need to stream 12 days in a row and then hop a plane to RTX? Like, that seems like a lot.
Yeah. Cool.
How about you, Wolves? What you do with your week? You must have touched something.
Yes. Well, first, I touched the FGC.
I want to hear about Samurai Shodown.
Well, first, I want to talk about the tournament.
Oh, yes.
I was at Ultimate Montreal Air Dashers. A.K.A. UMAD.
Oh.
Guys, you have to understand. You have to understand how good these guys are.
It's so good.
The Montreal anime community is...
it's so good.
The Montreal anime community are called the Montreal Air Dashers, and they have succeeded their original tournament with Ultimate Montreal Air Dashers.
that has to stay.
And this is UMAD. This is
UMAD has fucking...
It's
just
UMAD
is one of those awesome memes that it got to stay forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as much as I like Hose Mad, which I'm enjoying a lot lately.
Where'd that come from?
It came from the song Hose Mad, where the hook is Hose Mad times 24.
Cool.
And it's garbage. Cool. It's trash. But Hose Mad is just so, I don't know, it's fun to say.
Yeah.
But you mad is forever.
You mad. Yeah.
Because that's an emotion put into 4 letters.
Anything that a troll can adopt as a way of life is probably going to stick around. It's going to stick around.
You mad is a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is 100%. So, the anime tournament here. This was easily the best year they've had. Easily. Sick ass venue, right in central downtown, pretty much right. It was like a spot that I'd never seen before, right across from the Best Buy.
What?
On St. Catherine, right? Like a really cool central.
The church?
Spot. No, not the church, but like,
that spot.
Right. Like there's the A&W on the corner. Yeah, it was like right there.
What?
It was super good.
Where?
There's a venue.
For what?
For parties and events.
Okay.
And it's a really nice spot. And it has like some cool interior.
I've walked by that fucking thing like 1,000 times.
There's a really cool event spot there. And we had a tournament. And this like it hosted, like we had like it was 170 or so, 180 people came out. And they ran the most brackets I have ever seen at a minor tournament.
Oh, yeah?
There was, I think, 18 games. Like, every game that is not a Capcom game was running yesterday.
So, I for those of you at home listening to the audio version that can't see my face, proper Drew Scanlon, eye closed, 18 fucking games?
They smoothly ran brackets for fucking everything, and I couldn't believe it. Just
Is it the people that are there, like the contestants are polite and show up to their matches, or what?
Yeah, no, but just like the confusion that comes from that many brackets overlapping with people in multiple tournaments being called in multiple times is insane. But they fucking did it. Like,
that's crazy.
Unbelievable. Yeah, no. So like the entire UMAD crew is like, a lot of them are the guy. Pretty much I've had almost all of them on my Get Into Fighting Games streams. You know,
UMAD crew.
But yeah, they absolutely crushed it this weekend with the biggest and best they've done yet. I entered just for like, as I looked at the list and I was like, I'll do this, and then there's like, oh my God, I got down the bottom. And then there was a second half to the list I hadn't seen, right? So I entered this weekend Exerd, MK11, Cross Tag Battle, Lethal League Blaze. Hold on.
Running Lethal League.
Hold on.
Blaze
Exerd, Cross Tag Battle, Unist, Lethal League Blaze, MK11. There was definitely more. Foozies. I entered Foozies, and I want to say one more game, but I can't remember right now. But I think I entered like 7 things.
And you won them all.
All Skullgirls. I entered Skullgirls. Yes. So that was just fucking wild. But
you entered a portion of games that was so broad, it is multiple games more than you would even see at most tournaments.
And Tekken. 8. I entered Tekken as well. So there, yeah. And that was less than half of what they had going on.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So anyway, what I ended up doing most of the time, however, was I grabbed my PS4, I walked down there, plugged it in, and went, oh, look, it's the Sam Show. Who wants to get some games in?
Oh, yes, because SNK was kind enough to bless you with some Sam Show.
Yes. And that shit ain't out yet. So
it's out tomorrow.
Yep.
And to those of you who have not purchased Sam Show, one, we're going to listen to Wooly talk about it. Is it good?
It's good.
Okay. If you like fighting games, they have they have huge balls. That stuff we talked about last week about denying Epic because they're going to sell millions.
Yeah.
Huge balls. Mm-hmm. But 2, it has the best pre-order bonus for any game I've ever seen in my entire life, which is you get the season pass for free.
Yeah.
If you pre-order it.
In fact, so what I understand, the way that works is not it's more than just a pre-order bonus, actually.
Yeah.
So you get the season pass if you pre-order, you get the season pass for free. If you play the game within the first 5 days, I believe you also get it for free. So I think it's straight up pre-order or play it within the first week to get that. And
here's a little golf clap.
There you go. In addition to no you Epic Game Store, go fuck yourself. We got millions.
I might double dip on PC just because of that.
The balls are huge.
The balls are so big.
I said, folded over 1,000 times.
They're
those
so
balls.
big.
Now, onto the game.
Yes.
Well, there's 2 categories. There's the game, and then there's Darly Dagger.
All right, so let's leave Darly Dagger for later.
Great. The game.
I've not actually watched much footage of it, but I watched a little bit of footage just on the way here. And I have a question for you, Wooly.
Mm-hmm.
How many times do people get hit per round?
So,
because it seems to be 1.
What I said on my stream last Tuesday was Samurai Shodown makes you question what life bars are.
It looks more like a point system than a life bar.
Samurai Shodown can easily be broken down into a series of bad decisions is what you're allowed. It's not so much a life bar as it is a number of bad decisions you've made that you're now paying for.
Yeah.
How many mistakes are you allowed to make? Well, it depends on how much risk you're willing to put on the line.
Okay.
Because here's the thing about Samurai Shodown, right? If you get hit with a fucking heavy slash, that's 33%.
Just clean if you just stand there.
Clean.
Okay, that's a lot.
All right.
That's a lot.
If you get hit with a weapon flip super, which is a super that knocks your weapon out of your hands, that's 50.
Okay, and that clean, just standing there.
Just taking
Not
it.
a counter hit.
No, just taking it. All right. That's a weak super, by the way.
Yeah.
If you get hit with a like secret art super, like the actual
big boys,
the actual big one, you're looking at 70. About 70.
Okay, that's a lot.
You're looking at 70, 65, 70, let's say. And if you get hit with a full Isen, aka the lightning blade, what is there to look at?
You just die.
What is there? 90?
So you die.
Did you get touched?
Yeah.
You're gonna die.
Okay.
Cool. If you didn't get touched,
these are clean.
Clean.
Okay. Tell me what counter hits are like.
Well, you see the percentage of the number that the counter hits add.
Are you serious?
To the damage.
Oh, that's mean.
So you see like a little one will be +4, +6, you know, but you see the exact extra percentage of damage you're taking on those as well. And of course, if you confirm things, a lot of the time they scale back. So those fierce numbers go a lot lower when you do a throw first.
Yeah.
Because it's guaranteed.
Well, yeah, you're not taking a risk.
You're not taking a risk, right? Risk will fucking reward you with riches beyond all measure.
It's funny because does this game have a comeback mechanic?
Yes.
What is it?
Isen.
Okay, it's your health is low and then you
pop your rage explosion.
Okay. But it sounds like it barely even needs one if a fucking counter hit hard slash is what, 50%?
I mean,
because I saw a video on the way over here of Darlie Dagger with no weapon punching a character
Tam
and taking them down to 0 from 75%.
That's correct.
And Darlie is in like very little health, has the worst. Is in a bad place. She's zoned out in the corner with projectile.
Let her put the sword down and made the mistake of doing his floaty jump backwards. He had it coming. And she cranked that fucking shoulder and walked forward, and Miguel boosted his ass.
This feels
into the next dimension.
Like it has the potential for being the most exciting game and the most salt creating game ever.
Now here's the flip side of when you press that C button to do all that damage. Do I know you're going to press that C button?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to do the deflect. Do you know what happens when I deflect?
What's that?
There goes your sword. Also, you're going to hold your arms out like this.
For a big fat counter hit.
As I do, what do I want to do? Let me go make my lunch, do my taxes, and then I'll do my super. And now...
How much time do you get? Like, for real?
Enough time to do a super. You can confirm anything you want off of a
So what you're saying is that it's lenient on the input.
You cannot confirm. You cannot pop your rage and then do the Isen, which is the big slash that turns every screen red and kills everybody.
Yeah.
You can't do both, but you can do any other super in the game,
which is probably plenty.
Yep, more than plenty. So
what does this do to matches? I feel like you're describing a 2D Bushido blade.
So this is what it does to matches, and this is what we discovered as we played it for most of this weekend. It was a 3-day tournament, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the Samurai Shodown 5 special players were there because it was a 5 special was running as a tournament there.
Yeah.
So I got to sit down with a lot of you people that were used to Sam Show and get the ins and outs going. What it does is it creates a game where things are sealed. Right? And it's the concept of sealing things in a fighting game. What that means is I have something that okay, for example, I play Blanca, you play Yun.
Yeah.
Every time I do a Blanca ball, you can rush punch me on block.
Clean, just every time.
So I'm not going to do those anymore, right?
Oh.
My Blanca balls in this match are sealed.
Don't use them or you'll die.
Yes. Right? Unless that's confirmed off of a hit. Except for Abel, who had the ability to take a Blanca ball and ultra me on hit.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Turn that off, right? That's what sealing is, right? So you literally are like, so in this game, you find out what blows up what, and you find out what actions you get blown up by. And then you go, okay, in this match, I'm going to do this a lot less, or I'm going to do this not in this situation. And depending on where you're standing on the screen, your options open up and or decrease.
So what you're saying is that in a usual fighting game, say you'd be playing against Cammy or Ryu or whatever, it's like, hey, maybe don't jump in on their wake up unless it's a cross up, because they could blow you up with a
reversal.
Yeah,
a dragon
shore
punch.
you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Here, it's like, don't jump in on this situation because you'll die.
So
not because it'll be bad or you'll get hit.
Yes.
But because you'll just die.
Yes, and there are situations where someone will zone you out or do whatever they're doing, or characters like Darley who have no problem being zoned out because they can win the round from the other end of it.
Yeah.
Not because of the punch, because of other shit I'll get to.
Yeah.
Right? So now that we've established that my shit's sealed from here, and your shit's sealed in here and here, what do we have to do? We have to play fucking footsies.
You have to play footsies. You have
no choice.
You have to take those two characters and start wiggling
you
back
have
and
to
forth.
start wiggling back and forth.
And throwing out
feel
neutrals.
the range out and go, You have to play footsies.
That sounds like trying to emulate a samurai battle.
It's so clean, right? And what we basically came to, so like some notable anime players were in town. Lord Knight and like Kizzy K were these like players that came to visit, and like they both got their shot on it. And we were kind of just talking about like there is an aspect of this where if Dragon Ball fighters and Marvel represent what happens when you embrace chaos.
Yeah, and you get a situation where there's no neutral. Neutral's half a millisecond.
I mean, there is.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. In
it's
comparison,
not in a traditional sense.
Yeah.
Right. This and Blaze and Grand Blue Fantasy recently being just Street Fighter 2 represent order. Right. So order has been restored. This game is so honest about everything you have to do because it's all a commitment. You can't even run without. Like, you can't just run and it's not a commitment because there's a little bit of a slide at the end.
Oh no!
So if you run, you better know what you're doing after that run because you're open to getting hit for running.
Yeah.
Right? Jumping. At the end of a jump, there's a landing animation, and at which point it takes time before you can jump again, unless you time it perfectly and then you can cancel that. But like everything is a commitment.
How high do the combos go in this game?
Okay, I jump in and hit you.
Yeah.
I hit you again.
Yeah.
And then I do a fireball.
You know what? The things you're describing sounds like this is a great game for people to get into on fighting games.
I would say so. You know how Ryu can jump kick and then crouching forward Hadouken.
Yeah.
Combo.
Yeah.
You did combo.
That's the highest level.
There you go. It really is a game that takes it back to the basics, right? It really brings you to a slow-paced stare down that you have to get used to. And like when you know what the mechanics are, when you get used to like the few things, it's not a ton of mechanics, but when you get used to what it's asking you to do and you realize that, oh, I fucked up, I'm dead, or you fucked up, you're dead, we now have to play an honest game with each other. And it's so good.
What you're describing is a feeling, a game that is built on a feeling that feels bad when it's you, but it feels the best when it's somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
Which shows up from time to time in other games.
Yeah.
But here it seems to be the core of it, which is, all right, we're neutral, and I hit a button. And the instant you touch that button, before the animation even comes out, you go, I just killed myself. I'm dead.
It's over.
I just died.
Like, the most common phrase heard the entire weekend is, it's over. Like you literally you hit a button, you're like, fuck, it's done. Yeah.
Yep. That was a bad move. I'm dead.
Yeah. It is really, really, really satisfying feeling to capitalize in those moments. Some of the so like it is absolutely don't do combo, no combo.
No combo?
No combo.
How could you not do combo?
Right? And every throw in the game that's not a command grab, obviously.
Yeah.
The normal system throw.
Yeah.
Is a Makoto Karakusa.
Yeah. Okay.
So everyone is, and this is the way it works, but it's like every grab is I grab you and I push you back, and now you're open to something.
Now I will cut you a little.
Now I will cut you a little bit. Yeah. God, like it really, really was a ton of fun to like go through, get used to like the mechanics and play that footsie game, man, because it's a satisfying, I don't know how to put it, but it's like it's the purity of what's good about fighting games in a old school sense. In the new school sense, it's that Marvel hype. It's the
Let me ask you.
You know,
you and I are both people that very rarely they'll be fighting games that we prefer to play on pad. For whatever reason, this feels like something that I would actually prefer to play on pad. Are there many combo button things?
This is a game I'm playing on pad.
Okay.
My decisions for pad games is usually based on, is it a 4 or 6 button game?
Yeah. If it's a
Right?
4-button game, yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, if it's 4 buttons, I generally play on pad. If it's 6, I play on stick.
Yeah.
This game is 4 buttons. It's A, B, C, D, as S and K always is.
Always.
And you have except for KOF 11 with the blow off.
Shut up, KOF 11.
Yeah, but
you get out of here with your controls.
But
in your terrible menus.
Every shortcut button you need is on the shoulders.
Okay, so fine.
Right? Yeah. So you can get used to that, no problem. Very easy to play this on a pad. The one thing that is not simple to do on a pad is there's literally three moves I can think of that are difficult on a pad. 2 of them are Galford moves. And one of them is a universal system where you disarm yourself.
Okay.
So to disarm yourself, you have to press the equivalent of down, triangle, circle, and X at the same time.
Okay.
Right?
Is there a combination of shoulder buttons that does that?
You can press down, L1, and X at the same time.
That'll do it. That's fine.
Yeah. I'm not... there's times when I don't get it. And also, how often are you really going to disarm yourself?
Quite rarely, I would think.
Unless you're playing Darlie Dagger.
Unless you're playing...
But... yeah, you kind of, but that's about it, right? And then with Galford, there's a move that's intended to be difficult to do, which is half circle back, triangle plus X.
Oh, that's the awkwardest one.
But it's an intended thing that they wanted to be that way and for whatever. But like, so that's what's going down. Anyway, so. Yeah, a lot of the characters resemble what they used to. You know, a lot of them do the things they do, and all their strengths are the same.
The cast seems great.
It's a pretty good who's who of Samurai Shodown because it brings back everyone you wanted to see.
Everybody from 2 that mattered.
Everyone that mattered, and then all the extra new ones that mattered.
Yeah. Like Shiki.
Shiki got in. Yoshitora got in.
He's the 7-sword guy?
7-sword samurai.
Yeah, he's the shit. Where's he from?
He's designed by Yashiro Naito.
No, I mean, but what game did he show up in?
He showed up in 5.
Okay, yeah, he's the shit. Bring him in for 5.
He's amazing, yeah. So he's there, right? I miss the twins. There's, Sogetsu and Kazuki, but who knows, right? It's good shit. And yeah, we know that Rimururu and a couple of other characters are going to be coming shortly. Darlie Dagger.
Yes.
It's not the same as, but it just so happens that in addition to being made for Wooly in design and in execution, there's a really satisfying replacement for the things I loved about Monster Hunter and Marvel Infinite.
I never thought... That's the last thing I expected you to say.
Yeah.
I don't know what I thought you were going to say, but it definitely wasn't the fuck that.
So,
because the big sword...
Remember
yeah, okay.
Swinging around the greatsword in Monster Hunter in Marvel Infinite is a unique, incredibly fun experience. And this is not the same thing, but there's moments like it that I really enjoy.
It's got some of that same aftertaste.
Yeah, for example, it's a game that has there's close normals and there's far normals.
Okay.
Right? She has a sweet spot you can stand in where if you land her heavy, she swings the blade. If you land it from far, she swings the blade and it fucking cuts you open.
Yeah.
Up close, same thing, going the other way.
Right.
If you stand in the sweet spot, she lands it in you and then cleaves it back for like extra damage, and it's brutal, right? So it's kind of encouraging you to play in this range, kind of
very specific range.
Yes, right. I like that heft. I like that to her blade and everything about how she swings it and whatnot. that reminds me of playing Monster Hunter. And not to mention people walking by going like, that looks like a Monster Hunter character.
A little bit.
Often. And I'm like, yeah, kind of. Definitely. Right? Especially her wind pose where she stomps the ground and a barrel of fucking booze lands on her shoulder.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She punches it open and chugs it. You know, and then fucking does the full mouth wipe, like, you're like, oh, marry me now. She's amazing. So she's got the big fucking wind-up punch that you've seen, right? Which no one has really seen or been paying much attention to. Is she's also got, with her sword, the ability to turn it into a hammer. And then charge that shit.
I didn't know that at all.
And crawl forward with it very slowly.
That's literally Monster Hunter.
After about 3 to 4 seconds, the hammer becomes an armored, overhead, unblockable, full ground hurt box that does about 60 to 70% of your life.
What?
Don't let her do it.
That seems stupid.
Also, the weaker versions of the swing, if I let it go earlier, knock projectiles back at you. So if you decide you're just going to zone at me, I'll just swing the hammer and knock the projectiles back. Right? So if you want to zone, but you have a character that's not full screen zoning, don't let me sit here and do this because you're not going to win the round.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right? And if
That's stupid.
Oh, also, after you take that 60% damage from the unblockable hammer that has a hit of armor that hits the whole fucking bottom of the screen, you wake up staggered.
So you just die.
So you're open to another hit.
Okay.
Which can be a super, an Isen,
Or just a hard hit.
or a hard C.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
the round if you
Okay.
eat it. Straight the fuck
Does
up.
everybody have some kind of fucking stupid bullshit
A
like
lot
that?
of people do. A lot of people do.
Just don't let them do it.
But Darley's is, you see, the thing is, with hers is though it's very much don't let them do it. If you know, then you know.
Yeah.
You know, if you're caught sleeping, motherfuckers are going to be crying online in this game
man.
hard on day one.
so excited.
Hard, right? And one of the funnest things I learned last night, one of the last things I discovered about that is it's hard to use it in certain matchups where they know you're going to do it and they just don't let you. So you can't really actually, it's not practical in the same way that the sword punch is, the punch is not super practical either. It's for certain situations where you can fucking try some gimmicky shit, right?
Yeah.
But if you flip their weapon out of their hands and then go stand on it and charge that hammer, what the fuck you gonna do? This is mine now. Because you have to come get your sword.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this is what the move is for. The move is for you when you disarm somebody.
Just come at me.
And you go stand on their sword and go, let's play, fucker. Let's fucking play. It's so much fun. So much fun.
That game sounds cool.
Yeah, pick it up. Absolutely. If you... Now, here's the thing about it is that, like, it has complex inputs. It's not doing the shortcut button input thing.
Yeah.
So to do supers, you're doing SNK motions.
Oh, yes.
Right? That does exist, and that has always existed in Samurai Shodown.
Yeah.
You can still just use buttons to play the game.
Yeah.
And do well.
Do
fine.
Yeah.
As long as you know how to use the systems that the game has.
Now, I have a question that you may not be able to answer because the game is not out. But have you tried to play an online match of any kind?
Yeah, so I was told not to try online.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think the network was up yet.
Okay.
They seem to have confidence in their system this time around. We don't have a confirmation whether or not it's going to be rollback.
Okay.
We don't know. We're all crossing our fingers.
I don't know if...
Praying for rollback.
Because there's, like, rollback benefits and rollback, downsides. And this, like... The biggest rollback problem is when it rolls back and you see it. In a game like this, I can see moments where it rolls back and you see it to be like outrageous.
Sure. Yeah, the life bar refills itself.
Like I won.
Yeah. We know that, but of all the evils of netcode, rollback is the preferred.
Yeah.
Right. We know that they gave, I believe, Code Mystics 5 special, and they put rollback into that. So we'll see if they do it in this. But this is SNK internal developing, so we don't know for sure. Anyway, Samurai Shodown, feeling great. seems like it's gonna be a banger.
Refuses to spell their own title correctly.
After all this time, it's the world who's wrong.
The world is stupid for putting a W in there.
And it's easier for branding and marketing purposes.
Yeah, because
except for the part where people assume that it has the W in it.
Yeah, because why would it not?
So, yeah, and it's gonna be at Evo, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. I hope it sticks around. It would be great to see SNK have a second branch.
Yep.
Game here. It's certainly strong enough of a contender to stick around. It's just, will it be like Sam's show and kind of like be the new thing that fades into relative obscurity?
I feel that the type of game that it is, with how hard and how mean it is, will do well in the viewing era. Because every match is like 1 millisecond away from a huge upset.
But also in this time of somewhat exodus from some of the bigger titles.
Yes.
And where Unist is getting its proper play.
Yes.
I think that we're going to get some people that are like, yeah, I'm going to stick around with this game. I'm not getting too deterred by it. And I'm like, I think the willingness to learn how to walk back and walk forward, and then when the time is right, press a button, is higher than it is to learn a touch of death in Marvel or Dragon Ball.
I prefer it, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
I prefer neutral more over big old combo.
It's hyper neutral, but it's still neutral.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but like, anyone who plays those games that hears you say they have no neutral will be like, that fucker doesn't know what he's talking about. But what it is
neutral lasts for a millisecond.
Yeah,
you know exactly what I mean, guys. Come on.
And it is really just deep down in your soul, deep down, what choice are you going to make at Splatfest? Do you embrace chaos or do you embrace order? What do you prefer? I'm literally someone who enjoys both at their peak taken to the extremes.
Yeah, you don't want that middle of the road shit. You want to fucking give me that stupid shit.
We're playing a 3-on-3 with touch of deaths, then so fucking be it. I want to get mixed up in the dumbest way possible. I want to see that Virgil sword like round trip coming back as you teleport behind me, but the fucking Doom rocks are coming.
Yeah.
And then you
Blah.
You know what I mean? And it's you just can't possibly I got blown up by that. I want to see that incoming mix up and go ooh when it hits me. When I want to play chaos.
Simultaneously, I don't know. He's moving a little closer. He might hit a button. I don't want him to hit a button. Should I hit a button? I don't know. I'm not going to hit a button.
There's some high-level Samurai Showdown that consists of 2 players holding down back and staring at each other.
I have a question for you. There's this old Akuma match in Third Strike that I remember we all watched back in the day. That it was so goofy because I think it was Akuma versus Urien, and they were just wiggling back and forth and crouching for like 20, 25 seconds. And I'm like, this is a good match. Right?
Yeah.
That.
Honda,
game is that.
Honda stare down?
Right.
That.
And for people that don't know, I'm not going to bother to explain. It's weird. But just like... There's a lot to be said about a game that can be exciting while actually nothing is happening.
Yes.
But actually a lot is happening. But actually nothing.
2 samurais drawn blades are staring at each other and circling the exact distance, and then someone goes for it, and then the other knew that he was going for it, and then he gets parried.
Yeah.
And that parry gets opened up. And then the guy who got the parry is like, haha, I got you. And he's coming in for the punish. But you can cancel your deflect state into a special if you feel like taking the risk. So you do an uppercut and blow up the punish. So I know that you know that I know.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. People are going to get mad.
It's going to be a rage quit fest. And I can't wait.
But the thing is about a game like this is that
you'll die before you get a chance to reach the plug.
On the third round, there's no time to rage quit.
You can't reach the Ethernet cable. You're already dead. You died. Remember the greatest Hokuto no Ken match ever?
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Right? We both on the third round, if we haven't used our POW yet, our rage explosions, you better fucking believe I'm going to use it, because what is there to lose but the entire game? And then we both pop it, and now we're both staring at each other, waiting for someone to breathe.
No, you do something.
You know?
No, you do it.
God damn, dude. Yeah. It's gonna be. There's gonna be sequences where, like, there's so many to go into, but there's moments of like, haha, I got this round. What the fuck you gonna do? Oh shit, you did the thing I never thought you would do. Now what do we do? And the answer is stare and slowly figure out, like, can I maybe bait you? Can I put a foot out? And yeah, you know, like, there's these just tense moments of like, I didn't think, but basically, if we both make a single mistake here, the game is gone.
Yeah.
And it's just the most focused and intense. You're staring at everything on the screen. Also, by the way, when you do the rage explosion, the timer stops going down.
Yeah.
So there was a match that I won that was on 0, and the guy who was losing popped it and said, the match ain't over yet. And the timer's on 0, and you're like, oh, fuck. And you still have to keep it going because it ain't over till it's actually over.
I'm waiting for the moment that is the equivalent of, he did a wake-up super, but he knew I would block it. Wait, who does 2 supers in a row? That's crazy. I can't believe I got hit by the second one. Because who would ever do something so stupid?
Yeah. The clock is not the end.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, Samurai Shodown is fantastic. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. But if you would like to see more of Samurai Shodown, of Wonderful 101, which just finished this week.
Very much like what you did with the parts.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
I very much like what you did with the parts.
Hey, we played the Wonderful 101, and it just so happens...
It just so happened.
...that the final episode is episode 101. How
That's
the
crazy.
Fuck could that have been called?
That's bananas. I didn't think that game was that long.
Dude, we did it. We actually got to 101 episodes. It was crazy. What a finale.
You're such a jackass.
So, that's going down. And yeah, I'm going to be starting new things as well over on Wooly Versus. That's on Twitch and on YouTube. And I guess I'll announce here too as well that I'm going to be changing the channel format around and trying some stuff out.
You talking about the YouTube channel or the Twitch channel?
The YouTube channel.
Okay.
So I'm going to be doing things a little bit differently. I'm going to try
less shirts.
Well, I mean, RTX is coming. Don't worry about that.
No, I meant like more nipples.
Oh, in general. Well, no promises there, but my tattoo is coming along.
Okay.
No, what I'm gonna try doing is I'm gonna focus on one core LP, and I'm gonna do a lot more looks at quick one-offs.
That makes sense,
right? I'm gonna check out a lot more games.
I ended up doing something similar to that on my stream, where it's just like trying to do multiple at once. Ended up with everything taking forever.
Yes, because at some point it kind of like dawned on me that's like, look, I want to get through a lot of games and experience them and see what they're about, and like the LP experience for me is really fun because I get to finally figure out what the big hubbub was with this thing, right? But in a situation like now where I'm like, okay, fucking Cadence of Hyrule, Judgment, Bloodstained, all just dropped, and more things are coming, and this is going to be a pace of like...
I was like, there's nothing coming out in July. Somebody helped me figure out what games to stream. And they're like, did you forget that Mario Maker comes out? I'm like, I sure did.
It's going to be fucking stupid, right? Like, so I'm just kind of looking at this. I'm like, okay, there's a lot of games I want to play here that I'm not going to get to do justice if I do things the way I'm doing them. So I'm going to try doing things in a different way and seeing how that works. Because at the very least, I'll get a chance to play more shit that I'm missing as it comes out frequently and as we get into fucking crazy town of like release schedules. Also, like, I want to have more fun playing shit that I probably, want to take a crack at. Like, I want to take a crack at Judgment. I want to take a crack at it and see how it goes.
Yeah, and then
the no frills safe intro.
And then for your personal, you'll be like, oh man, this one really hooked me, and then you'll dedicate time to that.
So that's the second part of it that I was thinking of. I didn't necessarily lock it in there, but the idea being that like, hey, if one of these things that I take a look at feels really good, maybe I'll start doing some more of that because it felt really good.
Right now I'm in the weird opposite of what you're doing, in which I'm like, Bloodstain and Judgment, fuck y'all, that's for me, all for Pat. Because on the flip side, I'm giving them Shadowbringers, which I would normally just disappear into a dank cave and do myself. You guys get this one. You know? It can't all be for you. Some for me, some for Wooly.
Well, I think I said it out there, but, you know, one for you, one for them, one for us.
Yeah.
That's how it go. Yeah, but that's over on Wooly Versus, and check it out for more of that fun shit.
All right, let's get into the news.
And you see what happens when you tell people about stuff before? When you tell people about stuff before, yeah, the Hunter said, when are we going to get the Hunter? You're going to get the Hunter when the Hunter ready to go.
Is it like an editing
when they're
thing?
When they're ready to go. But this is usually why.
Did you just schedule it 4 months ahead of time?
this is why I record and then and then suddenly out of nowhere, oh, fuck. Because you never saw it coming. But now that you know it's coming, it's just, where is it, though? Don't worry. When the time comes, it's fine.
Did you lose the files?
I lost the files. I might have to fake it and recreate them with a photo of John. Hey, news.
Photo on a stick? Like
a photo on a potato.
Oh, yeah. Hey, news, what's up? Hey, what's new this week?
Well, apparently, this has gone from rumor to being slightly more credible because of multiple sources.
I like that.
But it seems like Diablo 4 has been shown to Blizzard employees. It's looking pretty certain now that one of those multiple Diablo projects mentioned by developer Blizzard last year is on the way, following recent reports that devs were being moved off of StarCraft FPS to work on Diablo 4. The studio is now put up.
That everything about what you're saying now is all bummers.
Yeah.
Like,
the studio has now put up 2 new job adverts for a Diablo title, lead character artist and lead concept artist. It also seems that the game already exists, at least in part, as it's been shown to Blizzard employees.
That was like the same article like a few weeks ago that was like, by the way, there's an Overwatch 2 coming, and everyone reacted with fuck off.
The idea that Overwatch 2 is coming makes sense when you consider that they put the Forge in the game, or whatever, the workshop, because it's like, all right, here's the final update, make whatever you want. Bye.
It doesn't make sense in terms of fuck off.
Sure, but I believe it. That's bullshit, but I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the idea that there's a
you know, the funniest thing about
there's
Diablo,
a StarCraft FPS that got canned.
StarCraft side projects are destined to all die. I think this is the 4th one to just die. And some of them looked pretty good.
So I also, though, recently... So not to go back to it, but this reminds me of the fucking... I had a violent day last week. And that was the day in which we completed the 3rd birthday.
Oh, yeah?
And...
how'd that go?
Yeah.
I don't actually know. I'm asking genuinely. I don't know. How did that go?
I needed to lie down.
Oh, that bad, huh?
We hit the stop button and I wasn't done yelling. It hurt my voice for a while.
I feel really happy that as somebody who played PE1 back when it came out and really loved that game, that I just stopped playing that series and just kept that in my mind as that great game that I played. And then we did the LP of 2, and that's a pretty good game, but it's not quite as good. But I looked at 3rd birthday, and I always went, and never even... I don't even know what you're even talking about.
The actual worst it's ever been.
The
actual worst it's ever been. It's never been worse. This is it. You took it. You found a way. You found a way. You did it. You broke me. You did it. The worst it's ever been. It's great. What I like to think of when I hear canceled StarCraft FPS title is
at least it won't be that.
They had one of those. They had a 3rd birthday on their hands, and they went, you know what? How about we keep StarCraft in the
RTS
bubble it's in
world.
that it is right now.
You know what's really funny to me about Diablo 4? I remember back when Diablo Immortal shit was going down and all that fucking jokes about hey, everybody, don't you like... And everyone went, no, Apparently Diablo 4 was in development at that point as well. And it was decided to not talk about it instead of favoring Diablo Immortal. And that decision, I feel like, is just...
Hey, you own a phone, don't you?
Well, I have to if I want to get into BlizzCon now. It's just like... Play Path of Exile. just play Path of Exile instead.
Are you saying that your hopes and excitement for Diablo 4 are currently soggy?
Do you remember the email we got in one of the very first podcasts about trusting companies and how
The 3Bs.
the 3Bs and how they'll never let us down? BioWare, Bethesda, and Blizzard. Do you remember how I want to... Oh God, what year was that? 2015?
Must have been 14.
And how we all laughed ourselves stupid then, before 76 and before Andromeda and Anthem. Blizzard's there too now. They were on a downward slope at the time, but like every single thing I have heard about World of Warcraft for 5 years is the game is now worse than it's ever been. Now it's even worse. Now it's even more terrible. Right? Everything I hear about StarCraft is that it was not another Brood War. And so Overwatch's League shit is so embarrassing. And then the Immortal stuff, and it's just like, who even cares? Who even gives a single shit?
I do definitely admit that, like, when I see a new announcement for a new Overwatch character, I kind of go, ooh.
Yeah, that's a cool design.
That's
Can't wait to see their model ripped into a cool animated short.
hot French medic man.
Yeah.
Shoots you with the medic gun.
Yeah.
And then he saves you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, everyone that I was at summer camp with spoke exclusively about Diablo.
Now you probably weren't allowed to play it because of the devil, right?
I certainly wasn't.
Now, you're talking D1 or D2?
I think it was D2.
Because D2 was like a fucking...
My friend...
Who cares? Why aren't you playing D2 right now?
My friend brought me the booklet with the art in it and gave it to me, and I just borrowed the booklet and stared at the character art.
Yeah,
and that's
because it was cool.
That's all I got.
Diablo 2 was the shit, and it was more the shit than any game of its own era. It was the best. It is like the template for the whole genre that we have now, and that game still kicks ass now.
Could there not be a trailer that releases that reaches back to all of that and ignores all of this?
No.
And
Hell no.
why not?
Because the games that continue D2's legacy already exist. And these aren't.
It's the games that are from the other companies, from the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or done but inspired of. Like
Pillars, Divinity, etc.
No, God.
Is that wrong?
You fucking bitch.
I'm sorry.
You fucking bitch.
I don't know.
Every time.
I don't
Oh my
fucking-
God.
The camera's in the place, and it looks like the click. You move the mouse, you click. You click the sword, man. You kill the devil.
Are you doing it on purpose?
You kill the devil.
Are you doing it on purpose?
Does it take 60 hours to kill the devil?
Borderlands and Path of Exile and loot games. Loot games, Wooly, not RPGs. This is Rocket Knight Adventures.
Blame my parents.
This is Rocket Knight Adventures / Sparkster all over again.
Blame.
No, but
Yeah.
because
Blame the church.
Do you remember when Diablo 3 got first shown and there was a weird backlash that the game was too colorful?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So that got memed out and kind of like mocked, but there was a core of it that mattered, and that was Diablo 1 and 2 are filthy, slimy, dirty looking. Like they're grimy and shitty and sad. You know, like awful. And Diablo 3, the way the character proportions looked and the way shoulder pads were real big.
It was a little Gauntlet Legends.
It was a little World of Warcraft. It looked more like that. And what people didn't know until the game came out was that it wasn't just the game's look. It was also the game's feel. It was also the fact that despite not coming out on consoles for like 2 extra years, the game's interface and all of the way the skills worked was clearly built so that they could eventually go on a controller, right? All these, little things. Mm-hmm. And it built up to like, this isn't really what I wanted. It's still, Diablo 3 is a great game once they fix that auction house shit that I think the guy who headed that up had to leave the company over it. But then you look at something like, there's a bunch. Torchlight, Path of Exile, and Grim Dawn are all more accurate to what people want out of Diablo.
So it's ultimately just we have our answers elsewhere. It's fine.
Path of Exile is free too, and it's huge.
But every genre kind of has that. Yeah. But there's still the originator factor.
Right. And that's when then you look at the development team and all that. It's like, oh, everyone whose name I would know who worked at Blizzard no longer works at Blizzard. And everything to do with the way that Diablo Immortal was pushed gives me zero faith.
I remember there being a time that, not to say that this is the case here, but I'm remembering when there was a time that hope in Devil May Cry 5 was lost, not because Ninja Theories existed, but because it was like, oh yeah, those people are gone. That was so long ago.
Yeah.
Dante's Awakening is...
And then it turns out all those people totally still work there. They were just on Dragon's Dogma.
Well, yeah. And I mean, we knew Itsuno was around, but
yeah.
And then 4 was like fucking a million years ago, and it was just like, well, the window of time to make the proper 5 that was coming off of 4 and 3 is gone. And
so there's another part to this, which I honestly feel is almost specific to Blizzard. Blizzard games take fucking forever to come out. Yep. Their release date shit has always been a joke. It's absurd. Mm-hmm. But you buy a game with that Blizzard logo on it, it's the best game you're going to play this year. That hasn't been true since fucking StarCraft 2 came out. Like a decade ago. Like Diablo 3 on release sucked.
Even then, I still don't know how people feel about StarCraft 2 because the last thing I remember hearing is people went back to 1.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
1 has a much more built-up competitive scene, and 2 you can't catch lightning in a bottle again. And also, everything story-related with 2 is the worst. It's the fucking worst. By the way, the same things that I'm talking about Diablo here, where it became more colorful and more fantasy. Yeah. That also happened to StarCraft.
No playable Xel'Naga.
Where
what the fuck is that?
Where magic starts to come into StarCraft and story threads just start to it's a fucking mess. I have zero faith in anything Blizzard puts out anymore. It bums me out. They're running into this weird problem with World of Warcraft that, like, they've run out of things that are from the games that people cared about back in the day to mine for shit.
Well, that's the nature of this business.
Yeah, but, like, the long-term MMO, it's like, look at all the characters that you love from Warcraft. There aren't any more. They're either all dead or gone or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. D4 is coming, I guess.
Yep. Pretty much hard confirmed. It was a pretty quiet news week in general.
Yeah.
But for anyone who wants to touch it.
I love when I look down and I see that's not true, followed immediately by Pat knows what he's talking about. Like right next to each other. I'm like, yeah, that's right.
It's awesome. By the way, if anyone makes a Japanese PSN account, you can grab Sam's show.
Right now?
Yeah, there's a demo with...
oh, cool.
I want to say like 5 or 6 characters in it with training mode and versus mode and tutorial mode. So
really?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
You can grab that. available until July 7th.
Mm-hmm.
But Japanese demo.
How much Randy news do we got this week? 'Cause we either have one or two Randy newses.
Oh, I didn't. No.
You see the clip Mom posted from the Giant Bombcast?
Yeah.
Talking about the fucking DLC mission,
Sure.
which has a personal attack on Claptrap's voice actor in it.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're right. That
Holy
did happen.
shit. No, you're not. No, not the other one. I'm not going to claim anything that may or may not be faked if I don't know for sure. But
I heard about the only other thing I heard about was Claptrap.
okay.
And I saw the clip, and it's like, yeah, so Claptrap has basically been given a really petty fucking.
It's so fucking targeted and shitty.
It's very like, wow, really? We're throwing it in the game. We're throwing our beef into the game.
I'm throwing my personal beef with the guy who I have alleged to have assaulted and who I've been lying about on Twitter into the game, and I'm making the new voice actor like drag himself through the dirt to shit on the old voice actor. It's fucking gross, man.
Not gonna lie, kind of done with the Randy stories.
He's not.
I'm mentally checked out.
He's not. Is
it gonna take bars?
You think that'll stop him? He's a magician. What are bars gonna do? All Randy has to do is literally nothing because people like Borderlands and people get excited for Borderlands. And every week I go, fuck, do I really have to like Borderlands that much? I'm so grossed out.
We should probably explain the story a little bit better.
In the new DLC for the Borderlands 2 that came out to push Borderlands 3, there is a quest in which Claptrap denigrates himself, including things such as, now that I am broke, I will have to go back to my old employer and crawl on my hands and knees and beg for a job, in what appears to be a very clear, like, essential voice acting diss track on Dave Eddings, the former voice of Claptrap, who left the company under poor terms with Randy, who alleges that he assaulted him, alleges that Randy stole a bunch of money, which, whoa, wait, look, there's more news about that somewhere, and that he basically just wanted to get paid for his voice acting roles since he doesn't work at the company, and that's why Claptrap got replaced.
You know, it always goes well when you use the
new talent to shit on the old talent,
and just full on straight up take real world shit and put it into.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah. With one exception.
What's that?
Chef in South Park.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Chef in South Park was voiced by Isaac Hayes.
Yeah.
Who was a member of one Church of Scientology.
Okay.
Hence,
wow.
An episode about the Super Adventure Club, which followed the same storytelling devices as this is what the Super Adventure Club actually believes, as horrible things were flashed on the screen.
Yeah.
And Chef stopped being on South Park.
Oh, is that why Chef went away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
so.
All right.
There's one exception out there.
All right.
And that's South Park. But yes.
But this actually makes me like kind of worried. Are we gonna run into like quests in Borderlands 3 in which you have to get back a USB drive from the medieval times, and it was actually just cooking recipes on it.
Well,
Nothing
no,
illegal.
that would be whatever game Eddings worked on next.
Okay, but you know what I mean, right? Are we gonna get weird personal attack side quests?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If we started to get a little bit more hip hop in the game industry, I would turn 180 hard on this story.
But it's not hip hop.
And double down on it.
But it's not hip hop.
If we started getting diss tracks in our games as shots were shot.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's just not.
What happened to Sega does what Nintendo don't? What happened to Clay Fighters rule the streets?
Sega fucking almost went bankrupt. That's what happened.
Right? Ryu and Chun-Li's bodies in a dumpster. What happened to those days? Johnny Cage made the switch to Bloodstorm.
Johnny Cage fucking lost his job over that.
Sure did. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how petty it can get. But I'm checking out on Randy until further notice.
Don't worry.
Until further notice.
There'll be more.
Yeah. Speaking of more, fun timing on this one.
Yeah.
But Platinum says it's glad it did a lot of intel gathering on a Wonderful 101 port for the Switch.
Really?
Yeah. So, apropos of nothing. Nothing at all.
Because who the fuck is talking about Wonderful 101?
Why all this noise about Wonderful 101 now?
No, actually, though. That game bombed harder than any game I can think of. Well, that's a real game.
We have no reason for people to start talking about Wonderful 101 at this particular moment, much less for Platinum to come out and talk about it.
Yeah.
But they did. And what they said was that it's something that we hold near and dear to our hearts. We've talked a lot about to different people about what it would mean to get a port done. And we've done a lot of intel gathering. And the only thing I can say right now is that I'm glad we did. We talked to a lot of different people about a port.
I find that the Wii U gets sadder. Like, you know, the Wii U sitting behind the fucking rain-stained glass, looking out the window at its friends. Like, or no, looking inside at its friends is sadder every year. As, like, it becomes a business plan.
Like Riku staring from the outside at the warm home.
Yeah. Like, it becomes a business plan for companies to save their games from the Wii U. And put them on something that people can buy them on.
It's an island, and you're slowly ferrying people to shore,
to a real location that has shops. And
Platinum themselves have done a lot of self-deprecation on Wonderful 101, literally saying things like it only sold 13 copies. Like, you know, they know.
The Mario Maker stuff is the one that I'm like in my mind, I'm like, oh, Mario Maker's finally coming out.
Yeah.
Like Mario Maker 1 is finally coming out for real.
Yeah.
Because it's on something that people can play.
Yeah. I always just get that, like, was it just the console? Was it not also...
Well, no, it was also Platinum.
It was the Platinum, and it was the marketing, and it was the fucking, like, there was no word out about the game except for a code that got slipped into some copies of some hardware.
Very bluntly, it's all of those things. But in a situation where maybe Wonderful 101 could have sold 300,000 copies on the Xbox 360 and PS3, right?
Yeah.
Because the install base for the Wii U was 1/20th of that, it sold 1/20th of that.
I mean, better games have sold less.
Is that real? Is that true?
Have they? Has anything better
than Wonderful 101 sold worse than Wonderful 101?
It's the actual... No.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to look.
I don't think so. It sold 5,000 copies in its first week in Japan. It's actually Okami had, I want to say 80,000.
Yeah, and that was a massive fuck bomb.
At like 80,000 launch window or lifetime or whatever. The
only one that comes close that I'm seeing is God Hand. God Hand's a fucking bomb.
It was, but Wonderful 101 is more.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, okay. Nothing better than Wonderful 101 has sold worse.
That statement was immediately a lie.
But the fact that you said it and it was a lie let you realize the truth.
Immediately.
That Wonderful 101 is the saddest.
No one's going to beat it. No one's going to beat it. That's the top of the mountain right there. That's the best game that has sold the worst of all time.
Because there's games that bombed, right? And there's like a couple about halfway up the mountain. And then there's like at the bottom of the mountain, there's like Lawbreakers and shit, right? But at the top there, shining and beautiful, is Wonderful 101.
Titanfall, which was fine.
That still did fine.
Yeah, one.
Yeah, totally did fine. Still like 1 million.
It was not great based on the the fact that it was exclusive for
totally,
that
but
while.
it did fine.
It came,
We're talking orders of magnitude difference.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
You have to remember how big of a loser 101 really was. Wooly, we still run into people consistently that don't even know that game exists.
Yes.
At all.
Yes. Yeah. The thought of Wonder Red getting into Smash is kind of a joke, come to think of it.
Yeah. We always thought, oh, it's a Wii U game. Well, of course. It's like, what are we, fucking stupid? What were we, stupid? Think of that.
It's a fucking joke. Yeah. Just because we were in a bubble of everyone that knew it and thus cared that much.
Yeah, everyone in our circle had a Wii U.
Yeah.
Because everyone in our circle were idiots.
Yeah.
Including ourselves.
Well, we look forward to new news as we move forward and as Bayonetta...
I'm looking down to see people going, what game are you guys even talking about?
Yeah. Bayonetta 3 is on the way and apparently doing well.
I'm glad.
So,
Yeah.
we look forward to more news on this.
I want her to call her son Akira on the phone and be like, you do good at school with your personas.
She's not going to call him Akira.
Whatever.
She's just going to say love.
No, she's going to say, okay, love, now quit being such a joker. Ah! All right, move on.
You see that
Get
thing?
me away from this joke.
You see that thing about the trophy for K. Rool saying that him and Donkey Kong could have been the best of friends
Okay.
if only he had a change of heart?
So yeah, so it's the fucking bio of K. Rool in Smash that says he could have been Donkey Kong's most trustworthy animal friend, but who could say now if only he could have a change of heart.
Yeah.
And then in the Joker trailer near the end, Joker steals King K. Rool's crown.
Yes.
And then in the Banjo trailer, King K. Rool is just chilling with Diddy and Donkey Kong in their house.
Hanging out,
sleeping,
waiting
being pals.
for their rare buddy to show up.
It's like, thanks, Joker.
Literally stole K. Rool's heart from his palace.
Here's the part that needs to happen. There will eventually be another Donkey Kong country game. If K. Rool is a playable character and they don't explain it, then this is now like double canon, right?
You literally changed the franchise through Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was fun.
Cool move, Joker.
Good stuff. Lore. Smash lore. Getting way inside.
That's about as meta as it gets.
I thought it ended with the toy box and Master Hand and Taboo representing a kid and his parents.
Yeah, Taboo's your dad from the Lego movie.
Turns out fucking Joker's actually upsetting the Nintendo world. Oh,
you see that fucking Soul Calibur is canon in Mortal
Yeah.
Kombat?
Yeah. So that's another short story, but it's basically just a conversation with Spawn and Scorpion, right? And the dialogue is Spawn says to Scorpion, "So you've been to other realms?" And Scorpion says, "Yes, and each one carries its own injustice."
Yeah.
And Spawn says, "I guess that's why my soul still burns."
Like, okay, there we go.
He went.
There we go.
It happened. He actually did it.
That means Scorpion hung out with Link one time.
It's all in. It's all
all
real.
in.
It's all confirmed. 2B shares a world with Kratos.
Oh, that means because Nier's gonna be in 14, and then that just fuck it. I'm not doing the chart again. I'm not like they're all connected. Video games are a common universe. They're all just different planets. Prove me wrong. Shut up.
Quote from Cave Story:
Portals.
hanging out with Jin Kazama.
Why, seriously?
Why not?
Just straight up?
Why not?
Oh, okay. No, what's the quote?
No, quote from Cave Story. That's the name of the character.
Okay, see, that was confusing. Because I don't know Cave Story.
Okay, well, Cave Story has a main character named Quote.
Okay.
He's the gun guy with the hat.
He's the gun hat man.
The gun hat man.
Okay.
And he's in Blade Strangers with Shovel Knight.
Yeah. Who knows Dracula?
Who knows everybody,
Yeah.
quite frankly.
I saw some stupid...
And then Shovel Knight has fucking Kratos. So then you go Kratos into every other game that has Kratos in it.
I remember there's some goofy meme of just like indie game exists and just the next shot is Shovel Knight busting through a wall.
I love it. Shovel Knight is Zubazing harder than Zubaz.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, because he's a real character.
And has more like momentum and like a real game. Exactly. So that's the thing. Like, they 100% took the spirit of the Baz that we got in there and took that to the character Shovel Knight.
Put him
and
in
went
everything.
Fucking.
Also, he gets super huge and ripped in all of his crossovers.
Striking the earth, busting through the ground. In Blade Strangers, he has a deep voice.
Have you seen him in Bloodstained?
I've seen him in Bloodstained.
He's huge.
Big, beefy fucking Knight man. Tarkus Shovel Knight. Hell yeah. Absolutely. You saw him in Rivals of Aether. Looks amazing there. Mm-hmm. Shovel Knight's fucking great in everything. Keep it going.
Love you, Shovel Knight.
Keep it going. Just wild God, the Indivisible.
Yeah.
Which apparently is going to launch sooner than expected.
September, right?
Something like that. We'll see. Okay, so yeah. So this.
What do you got?
Well, Bond 25 is the name of the next Bond movie.
Yeah. Until it gets a real name.
Until it gets a real name. And the director insists. This is the story. The director of Bond 25 insists he's not holding up production to play Red Dead Redemption 2. He promises. Okay? He swears that he's not spending his time playing Red Dead Redemption 2 instead of working on the movie. Cary Joji Fukunaga apparently has not been turning up to work often, and crew on the sets think that he's always late and apparently not getting the job done because he's too busy playing fucking RDR.
I need your help because we need to define what this type of statement is. It's a statement that by you saying it automatically makes me believe the opposite. Right? So what is that? What is that called?
I figured it out. It's the thing where like the story comes out of nowhere.
Nowhere.
Right?
Who's talking to you? No one.
But the details are so specific as to what and how the time is being wasted.
Yeah.
Right? If Mura was just busy playing games, you'd be like, oh, fuck off. Maybe that's just someone being me.
But him coming out and saying, I am not writing Berserk because of Idolmaster.
Specifically Idolmaster.
You're like, you fucking bitch.
When you know the exact activity that George R.R. Martin is up to,
not doing,
that he's not up to, it becomes so much more real. I don't know what it is.
What is this?
I don't know.
Because it's a type of statement. We see it all the time.
Like specific, targeted denial.
Maybe because it's like, sir, are you driving all right? I definitely didn't drink a 40 before getting in this car. What? Are you all right? What? Targeted, unprompted denial. Because the core of it is that no one's talking about the thing that you're denying.
Like details that you never would have questioned.
Yeah.
That you now have, forcing the image to be realer in your head.
It's like the equivalent of oh man, I'm really embarrassed. Somebody saw my creepy porn tabs, and then the person you're talking about, because that would never happen to me. I definitely don't have a giraffe pornography section on my computer. You're just what?
It couldn't possibly occur.
What?
Yeah.
Why are you?
Yeah.
It's like denial without accusation.
I love the discovery of the story alongside the specific title.
Yeah, it's
the exact title. The only thing we're missing is a platform.
Yeah.
You know? God damn, do I fucking love that.
It's like I'll go downstairs in my house. I'm like, hey, sweetie, hey, Paige, how you doing? She's like, not looking at skeletons.
Yep.
And I go, what? Hey, definitely not looking at skeletons.
That's surprise mechanics right there. That's what that is.
Did the story of what happened to her phone get back to you with that?
No.
She was hanging out with a new friend of hers, and she's like, "Oh, can you take a photo of me in front of this thing?" So she takes a photo of her new friend, and then her friend's like, "Oh, cool. Can I see the photo on your phone?" And Paige hands her phone, and she takes her thumb and just scrolls once and goes, "What's up with all these skeletons on your phone? What? Why is your film reel nothing but skeletons?" Oh no!
Now, you state that question in a humorous manner as if I'm supposed to know the answer to that question. As if I don't share that question myself.
The answer is Peach has a problem.
Okay, well.
I mean, it's a bit. It's a really funny bit.
It's a bit.
It's a really funny, internally consistent bit that never goes away.
When a new dating sim comes out starring a skeleton, and that gets
you saw that?
blown the fuck up.
You saw that?
That's just a bit.
Totally just a bit. Funny jokes on the internet.
Totally not playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Definitely not. Absolutely
not spending time with the horse.
I would never blow off for George Broussard had one of those. Definitely not wasting my time playing World of Warcraft instead of working on Duke Nukem Forever.
Absolutely.
And then people are like, "What are you? Who's even talking about World of Warcraft?"
Absolutely not spending time with the horse, and running from bears. Don't do it.
Absolutely not. What is even a Red Dead? Redacted? What? What do you even talk? I don't even know what video games are. Help.
Oh, it's that new one that Two Snacks made.
Yeah. I don't. Why is he putting so much work into this stuff? Why did he make a video game for the video?
He created a video game and then filmed himself playing it
to sync up to existing dialogue
for the new Two Best Sisters play. What the fuck are you,
what are you
doing?
What is it?
God,
I don't get it.
Stop! It's too much. It's too much quality. Stop.
For like the dumbest crap ever. Like just
to have a game where the bear can pull a gun out and shoot you in a fucking Red Dead quick prompt. Like, oh man, which I fucking died at, by the way. Like, the fucking gun the bear pulls the gun out and just, anyway, fucking Two Snacks. So that was happening. Other little brief stories, not a ton here. I mean, there's a kind of a fun one in which there's a guy that created Mario Royale, which is a Mario 1
I had a buddy of
Royale.
mine who was playing that the other day. It's nuts.
Yeah. And this is one of those moments where he's like, hold on a second, this sounds like a moment for Wooly's video, maybe. But hey, don't pay attention to me. I'm just a shitty, irrelevant YouTuber.
That's correct.
My opinions don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But the video was pretty much made on a time limit where the guy is like, hey guys, you should play this before I get cease and desisted.
Because it's going to happen really fast.
And what it is Mario as a battle royale, in the sense that you can't interact with other Mario players that are playing Mario 1 at the same time, but you can interact with the world that you're sharing so that everyone is hitting the same blocks and you're trying to race towards the end of the level at the same time as 100 other people. This was playable through a website, so you could just hop online.
There's a real value to multiplayer that's like a disgusting mess.
It's a fucking mess, and you can kill all you can kill other Marios using all the obstacles and shells and bullshit in the stages and whatnot. It's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense, but that's the whole point. And yeah, guess what? Obviously, Nintendo was like, "Hey, stop that!
Stop it!"
And he had a couple of tweets where he was like, "Okay," and then eventually he stopped it. But now you can go play Infringio Royale, which features no Mario content whatsoever, and still can play alongside 100 other players. Everything is different, new colors.
That is my favorite title I have ever heard.
All the audio is replaced. All the music is gone. And when you die, there's a voice that says, "It looks like you've been copy struck. I'm sorry, my friend."
This was planned. He totally knew he was gonna get C&D'd and was working on this. This dude's a genius.
It's like, I'm about to send out that video. Oh, pull it back. Pull it back. There you go.
That's the best.
So now everyone can enjoy Infringio Royale, available now.
Legally distinct from anything you might think it might be not distinct from at all.
Available now on infernoplus.com/royale.
It's really amazing that, like, Devolver actually beat this indie creator to the punch with, like, the
Whoops, can't show that in a Christian manga. The website is pretty funny. DMCA Royale. Enjoy.
Oh, it's DMCA Royale now?
Infringio Royale is the name of the game. However, it appears that things have been updated and who knows what the fuck is going on. But anyway, enjoy these original sprites in an original world doing original things. Completely infringement free.
It's fucking... Oh my god, it's hilarious.
Yep.
Oh, that reminds me. In Judgment, there's a mechanic that gave me a good giggle in terms of legally distinct. There's this service you can help donate money to in-game to help people in their companies out called Quickstarter.
Oh, interesting.
And you help unlock moves and abilities through it.
Interesting. Yeah. So, one or two last quick stories. One, Dragon Ball Super Dragon Ball Super Broly is getting a sequel.
Broly again.
More Broly. Guess what? The way things ended, you could do that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's no problem.
All right, good. Broly's cool. His power is maximum.
And there's even, like, people for him to hang out with.
Cool.
Sounds good. 2020, possibly 2021. Seems like it did fucking gangbusters money. Will we be getting the bio? This is the question everyone is asking.
No, I don't want it.
Okay, well.
I don't like Bio Broly. He was defeated by children. And Krillin.
I guess we could talk about it's not a big deal.
Just mention it. Now, when you do this, now I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So it's like Shang Tsung came out for MK11.
Yeah.
And basically there's an article that was written about how, and like the whole thing where it's like, there's tournament variations and there's custom variations.
Uh-huh.
And all the cool moves where Shang Tsung turns into other people are part of his custom variations.
Oh, that sucks.
But he can't, not in tournament variations.
That sucks ass.
It does. So, like, the official safe version of him to use is
boring.
The one that, no. Is not the one that has all the Shang Tsung stuff.
That sucks ass.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
That is the worst part about the way they do that variation system.
Well, it was just a bad decision.
Yeah.
It was just like the moves you chose to make the ones in the tournament variations are the ones that we want to see him. Or rather, the ones you didn't put in are the ones that we want to see him use because that's all the Shang Tsung stuff.
The transforming stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's lame.
Yeah, it is. And he basically turns into a bunch of the old ninjas, right?
It's fucking cool.
He's doing a bunch of, like, even though he's not turning into the entire roster, he's turning into the old ninjas a bunch, and he's got, like, Rain and Smoke and Ermac shit. Yeah. And, they just, they're only in the custom moves, so, whatever. That's it, and it's just a discussion surrounding what to do with the tournament variations and stuff like that. And I think they could do a bit better. I think they could do a bit better than what they've done. I understand not wanting to intimidate people by having like 3 modes to choose like you did last time, but I think it was fine. I think it was fine having that. Or if you wanted even more, because the idea of the custom thing is that now it just gets wild. And yes, the customize your own fighter thing online bit seems fun. It's casual fun, but like some people do want to just have one type of character.
I thought the variation system was the best of all worlds.
Yeah,
you got a bunch of goofy shit, and maybe one's really good and one's really bad, but all the stuff is there.
And you don't have to waste too much time, like because if you're memorizing how to play this character and then it's going to change up in every setup you go to or something different, like that's weird. You can't do that, right? Obviously. I do think of chaos codes where you pick your character and then it lets you pick 2 extra moves of a list of like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, that's fast enough.
Sure.
Why not?
It's like assists, but moves.
So you just literally just pick your groove or assist type is just like, yeah, which of these couple moves do you want?
Yeah.
And it was fine, but in this case they kind of went about it like the most confusing way possible, in that it's like you get to customize your outfits and the whole RPG feeling thing for people that don't care about like playing it in a sort of competitive context or whatever.
Yeah, it's weird. Like whenever, I don't know. It's like if you were able to play the fucking World Tour characters in versus mode.
You don't have to fight against these modes. Don't have to fight against each other.
No,
they don't have to be at each other's throats. They can share the same thing. But they chose to not go that way with it.
Can you carry this for 90 seconds while I use the washroom?
I will carry it for 90 seconds while you use the washroom.
Okay, maybe 90's generous, like not enough, but hey, who knows?
Okay. Well, I can talk about a story in which, well, no, you probably want to be around for that. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Well, let's see here. There is the next story. There's a story from last week we didn't get around to, and that is relating to our upcoming story, and it's the story where Phil Spencer says that Microsoft is thinking of buying a Japanese game studio. Now, this is interesting. They have described that I think it would be nice if we found an Asian studio, in particular a Japanese studio. I liked it when we had some first-party capability in Japan. We have a small team there, but I think we can do more. That being said, our trips to Japan, I love having Phantasy Star on our backstage with Sega, and I thought it was fantastic. Miyazaki-san before Dark Souls, and now having Elden Ring on our stage, Japanese creators have shown up more and more. So everyone's kind of going, oh shit, are you kind of talking about maybe buying FromSoft? Is that being implied? Is he just kind of, is it one of those things where it's like a celebrity that wants to date another celebrity that puts it out in the air and just lets everyone kind of like carry the message for them? Or is it actually possible that we're going to be heading for a world where all your favorite FromSoft Miyazaki titles are exclusive to Project Scarlett? I don't know. Have you heard word of this?
No.
Well, the story from last week was Microsoft, following in Disney film footsteps, is thinking about acquiring a Japanese studio. And it doesn't say which, but Phil Spencer mentions that, boy, it was sure fun having Dark Souls, Miyazaki-san, Elden Ring on our stage. That was really cool, huh?
So here's the weird part. Let's say they snap it up, right? Let's say, all right, From Software is now Microsoft. Microsoft's being so weird now that I don't even know if that means that the games won't still come out for other platforms.
It's weird. I mean, like, obviously they are losing, but like the post Scalebound situation soured me heavy on like whatever would happen with any exclusives, because you're like, is you buying them just like Epic Games storing them? Like, are you purchasing them as a death sentence for them?
I don't know.
Because you just want you're hoping their quality will save you from a slow sink.
Did you see there was talk about getting Halo on the PS4?
No.
Microsoft's doing weird.
They're doing weird things
stuff with their properties.
But here's one thing. You know how Bloodborne is like a Sony thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, do you think for a Souls exclusive to a Xbox console would save that console?
No, it's all for the future.
Like,
we're not even talking about PS4 and Xbox One now.
No. We're talking about, that's why I said Scarlett.
Scarlett doesn't need saving. It's not out yet.
Okay, but I mean, the momentum is Xboxes to Sony's to continue.
Yeah.
Right? You know how every generation there's that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So right now, it's all Sony's for the taking.
With the way Microsoft's doing crossplay, I fully expect the momentum to swing back.
You think so?
Yes.
You think Scarlett's going to come back around?
Absolutely.
Huh.
Because I think they're going to do, hey, buy a game on Scarlett, you own it on PC. And also, you could play Halo anywhere. You know, like, just...
You think everything is going to automatically be on both?
I think Microsoft is going to become...
I wouldn't have guessed that.
A weird company where they're both a software developer and a hardware developer.
They are doing weird things in a way that makes them kind of unpredictable, and I guess maybe they don't want to be predictable. Maybe they don't want to have it so obvious what they're on, because they're talking xCloud, they're talking to Nintendo, they're talking shared platform space with, and they're letting Cuphead, and there's all kinds of weird stuff happening.
They're opening up a lot of shit that you never thought would open up ever,
and you don't know which ones they're putting all their chips into per se.
Yeah,
but I just was under the assumption, I'm like, PS5, guess what? They learned their lesson about fucking with the formula. They're probably just going to play it safe and just make it a PlayStation 5
with backwards compatibility for the 4.
Cool. Here's your new controller. Here's your more powerful box.
I think the single most...
And here's a really good version of PSN, probably.
I think the single most exciting thing that I can think about PlayStation 5 is that my PS4 library will just roll right through. And I can pretend the PS4 never existed.
The most exciting thing for me would be a redesigned store.
It's kind of astonishing how bad every PlayStation store is, isn't it?
They've never fixed it.
It's so bad.
It's gotten more responsive, but it's always been terrible to browse.
I have searched for things using exact words and not gotten a single result.
Yeah.
And then found it through the thing, and it's like, I spelled it correctly. What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I have a sneaking suspicion next year's E3 will be very big, exciting on the console front.
Well, probably, but as for like Microsoft coming back on this one, I
really like a lot of the stuff they've done with backwards compatibility. I like the stuff where they're just putting shit everywhere now. I think it's good. I think it's their good guy turn now.
It ultimately does come down to, though, like, who's got the dev kits, who's working on what, you know, and then at some point you stop working on one of those two dev kits.
Yeah.
And then it just goes
drill
the way
down
it
on
goes,
whatever.
You know? Yeah. So anyway, Spencer was kind of just courting the idea of maybe perhaps considering letting FromSoft know that he thinks
they're cute.
They're kind of cute. It's a very Terrace House move.
Yeah.
It's a very, very Terrace House kind of move.
Yeah.
I don't need an answer right away. I just want to let you know that I think you're kind of cute.
I just think I don't love you. I just want to let you know that I like you a little bit.
Hey now. Who's on this fucking translation? We get Netflix on the job over here?
So it's not Netflix, it's Studio Kara.
Sure. It's a whole new era for a whole new time. But hold on, we're not done yet, because Phil Spencer also this week. I mean, it's a minor footnote, but in this story talking about Scarlett, the question as to whether or not we're entering what might possibly be, quote unquote, the last generation because of streaming. Have you heard this discussion?
So I really like Skill Up. He's an Australian YouTuber, right? And he got to try out some of the streaming stuff on at E3, like, you know, play Xbox games on your phone, like via streaming. It's like, it's really impressive, and he's one of those guys like, I really do think that this is the future eventually. And I see that sentiment a lot, that streaming is going to be, you know, like a big deal in the future. Are you people fucking crazy? Are you all out of your fucking minds? With whose cables? With what infrastructure? It doesn't exist yet. It's completely separate from the console and the system and the game and the technology. It doesn't matter. The cables are shit. The cable that goes from that guy's house to your house is a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. And it's extra crazy in Skillup's turn, which is why I bring him up, because he lives in Australia. The first world country with the worst internet of all.
Now here's the bad news. It's not that I disagree, because yes, as we can see through the Stadia demos, the shit's not real yet.
It's just not
and
a
we're
thing.
not we don't live on a continent where the capability to make it real exists unless we decide to cut a swath through who we allow to play these games.
Like, take for example,
You might, if you happen to live in a bad state, you're not allowed to play this game.
fuck off.
Then sure, we can do this.
You want to take,
but
for
you can't.
example, the RE7 port for the Switch on where that it uses this shit already, and that game's Japan only. You know why? Because in Japan, it's not a big deal. You just switch up. Well, yeah,
But every time this topic comes up, dude, it's the same thing, and it's the same thing that I'm afraid of. It's the thing that I can't factor in here, which is I don't know for certain. I don't know for certain that the responsiveness that I care about and that you care about is what that guy cares about or what that girl cares about. And maybe there's more of those people than there are of you and or I. And in the end, the service that is not super responsive is perfectly acceptable to roll out as the new norm.
You're completely right, and that is a legitimate fear. However, there is one thing that is pseudo-unique about the games business, and it's why the loot box thing with whales and all that is a thing. But the games business has power users.
Yes.
That are a minuscule proportion of the actual population that spend the majority of money on video games.
Now, what ends up happening in this reality that I'm thinking about is not that consoles go away, because Phil Spencer said that's absurd. This is not how
consoles will never go away.
The Scarlett is not the last generation, right? Yeah. But the problem would be that, okay, well, now your console costs about $1,200.
Yeah.
And
why bother subsidizing it at all when you would just have the cheap one?
And those who care will invest in that and getting that box.
Yeah.
While everyone else will run their little stream setups.
That's totally possible.
And so it'll just become a niche thing. Even more niche.
Oh, wow. You have the box? That's crazy.
Yeah. You don't just stream it like Netflix? What are you doing? Wow, that's so weird. Just your TV has the app.
I think that's
your phone has the app. What's the problem?
I think that's a bigger jump than you think.
I think it's not next gen. I think it's the gen after next gen.
I think that you can look to the PC to see the already accelerated version of this, because for the PC, it's why get all this shit for the PC? Just get a console. It's like $300, right? Mm-hmm. But PC games and graphics technology still sells. But what you are seeing is that because NVIDIA has no competition, video cards now cost twice as much as they used to.
Of course they do.
Because fuck you.
Also, remember when we talked about getting your new tower set up, and then you go and you do your fucking full diagnostic, and it goes, congratulations, you're in the 0.01th percentile
That's correct.
of users.
Of PC users. And you're like, that makes my dick fucking big.
Yeah. So you already are there.
I already lived that life.
You're already living that life. So that what's to stop that from transferring to console world when everyone jumps on the stream box?
Little.
We're going there.
Other
dude.
than the fact that the stream box.
We're going there because the person playing Madden doesn't need fucking.
Oh, I don't know, Wooly. There's one part of that I feel like everyone undersells. When Call of Duty was at its height, at its absolute height, right, and was selling zillion copies, right, the number one piece of feedback from dumbass, hey bro, focus testers as to why they liked Call of Duty more than all the other competitors was a nebulous, I don't know, it just feels better.
Sure.
Which ended up being about the frame rate.
But what I mean is that, like, we're seeing, like, fighting games at the moment, like the 8 frames of lag thing is a thing that, like, has become an issue in a genre where it should never be an issue, because the people making it should know that the people that play this care about this shit. Yet it still shows up.
Well, that's an Unreal Engine thing. That was everybody chose a certain engine, and then.
But then, like, Sam Show had that, like, oh fuck, 8 frames, what's that about? And then
4 frames.
Fixed, right? Day 1 patch, right?
4 is fine.
Yes. I mean, you don't expect to go below 2 anyway, so whatever.
Fine.
But all this to say that the world where someone who is playing the thing casually and doesn't care about like that little extra underwaterness to it as much because it was way cheaper to play it this way anyway. / they didn't have to buy it; they could just rent it on their service that they subscribe to for $10.
Yeah.
Like there's gonna be a point where it's just like you can't beat that, you know.
I have a feeling that I can't see this type of streaming thing ever becoming the primary method for anybody that actually spends real money on this stuff. Because the math on it just doesn't work.
You live in a world, and I live in a world where whatever the ceiling is, we're heading for it. So it doesn't matter where the floor is.
Yeah.
If they drop the floor out from underneath us, we're hanging off the ceiling, so we're fine.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it doesn't matter in that way. But there are people with that. The floor matters there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but also the same thing is like the two largest markets for this shit is North America and Europe, which is actually a larger market for games than North America is because of all the different little countries, right? The internet in these regions is the problem that we're talking about.
Yes.
There is like, I would say 60% of United States citizens just can't with this shit. Just can't.
And those people would be told to go buy a $1,200 box.
But that's the thing, is then you have the thing of like, can you market a $1,200 box to those people, or would it still make sense to use the old method where you're selling the $500 or whatever?
Well, maybe if you tell them that it'll teach them discipline, then they'll spend the money on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think your worry is well founded, but I think that the doomsday is either farther away than you think or won't be as bad.
I don't have faith in the general population.
Oh yeah,
I don't. Because I know that there's just a degree of like, yeah, man, I'm into weird niche shit. I'm into shit that's not super big, and that's kind of how.
That's fair.
Like just today, like I was rolling through last minute stories, and like when I was looking, or this morning when I was grabbing stories for what's happening this week and whatever, and like had a moment where Steph was just kind of like, yeah, like I'm scrolling past a bunch of this and it's not really relevant to me whatsoever, and I'm like, yeah, I feel further and further isolated as the stories that I care about get further and further apart in the news.
Yeah.
You know, so I know where I stand and I know where I'm at.
And then you scroll past the stories where like, I don't give a fuck about that at all. But I guess a lot of people do.
Maybe a lot of people.
Maybe I should put it in, even though I don't give a shit.
And then I try, and then you guys used to stare at me and be like, why the fuck did you put this in? And I'm like, I thought someone would, nope, oh well, fucked up.
Yeah, because now you have to run the fucking math on, would Pat know about this?
Would he give a shit? I don't know.
Maybe.
And then worse yet, neither of us give a shit, but a whole lot of people listening do.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's my. You know what? That's my
do?
favorite.
What are
you should put more of those in there.
What are you gonna do?
So we
about
can
that?
slap them down and tell people that the thing that they like is stupid.
So yeah.
Hey, I recently had a little back and forth with somebody. It was very civil, and I appreciated them asking. And this is, didn't you say you hated music? I'm like, yeah, but what's more important to everyone at home is that I hate the band that you like.
Understandable.
That's the one I hate the most.
Totally understandable. Anyway, I feel like it happens in other aspects of media.
Yeah.
Where, you know, just the thing that is like, while you're trying to get your steak, someone else is totally fine with the fucking like road pizza.
Look at the fucking misery on Mike and Jay's faces in about half of the Half in the Bag episodes, as it's a movie that they should cover because it's big.
Right.
And they're like, it's another comic book movie. It's Aquaman does the fucking right? Like,
not everyone cares about a steak, man. And I've been burned in the past caring too much about it and then saying other people like the taste of steak.
And then you're like, no, you're actually crazy. Nobody gives a shit.
Yes, I've been hurt. I've been burned by that too many times to now have this reactive like, uh-oh, I might just be doing the steak thing again.
Oh, you want a really fucking recent example? Everybody in my Final Fantasy 14 gang of buddies Discord, most of them play Monster Hunter, right? So I hop in the Iceborne demo. I'm like, oh, man, I can't. This fucking frame rate, I can't. And despite being in a room of people who all play PC games and all picked up Monster Hunter so that it would be 60 FPS, the Universal's like, oh, right, I forgot. Pat's crazy. Pat, who cares? Like, oh, wow. Even in this hyper-specific subsection, I'm still on the farthest extreme of caring of this stuff. Like, my perception of, like, what people give a fuck about, I always have to lower it of, like, yeah, nobody gives a fuck about the crap.
Every one of those cousins and or relatives that I would run into at Christmas and or over family calls or whatever, that would go, hey, you do the internet thing, why don't you play the Fortnite?
I mean,
or
like
the League?
My nephew who said that to me the last time I saw him?
All of them.
Yeah.
Those kids have no problem playing on a streaming service.
Yeah.
And they're a huge market. And that's all you basically want to serve.
So you're saying get rid of all children?
No, I'm saying...
It sounds like that's what you're saying.
I'm saying when Fortnite is like basically already serving up itself, it might as well be streaming because it's on every fucking platform. It might as well be, right? I'm saying the future going towards that direction where you can see people willing to play Fortnite on their phone and not care because it's still Fortnite.
So what you're saying is, oh my
Minecraft on everything because it's already Minecraft.
Oh my God, old man Wooly, I can't believe you got that album on vinyl. Who cares? It's so inconvenient. Yeah, I know it sounds better on vinyl, but it's just so much more convenient in my Walkman.
Yo, Bryce gave me a fucking gift. That's a Nuja Best album right there, man. That's a fucking classic. That's a Nuja Best vinyl right there.
But you're worried about being a vinyl record owner in games.
I'm worried.
The fact that you have the record player is like absurd.
Look, I don't care about the fact that, like, if we go towards a place where my consoles are going to be these expensive things that are like serving my needs, and I'm going to also get the games that I care about serving my needs in that way and whatnot, and they'll be more expensive. It'll be a shitty place to live, but I'll live there.
Luckily, you make money off those.
I also purchase arcade sticks.
Yeah.
Right? I'm that person. But what sucks is the idea that the default place to make your video game will not be that place. It'll be the streaming place where that just gets more attention because that's how you make a profitable business these days. And appealing to the niche is not going to necessarily be profitable. It'll just be for the highly refined, not refined, what's the word? Highly... For the customer base that has a lot of demands for like
quality,
for the tech they expect with what they've purchased and how much it cost, right? And if someone who's like, I'm playing the latest version of this game in this genre, I expect it to have these quality of life things, you know?
So what I see is the same situation as VR. Nobody wants to be left holding their dicks like they were with the Wii.
Enthusiast. I'll take that word.
Nobody wants to be the person that sat out on the big new thing that made everybody $1 million.
Yes.
Right? But until there's some grand success, you're gonna have to do a lot to convince me that streaming games is anything other than a pipe dream, because it's so far been dismal failure after dismal failure after dismal failure.
In a best case scenario where we still end up with that world, it'll be a world where the games we're playing are still the same and ultimately on the same platform. It's just I have the box and you have a connection to a box from a remote
Well, the way Scarlett wants to do it is that you play it on the box, but if you're out of the house, you could play a shittier version of it on your phone.
Yeah.
Which is like laughable. What fucking...
Walk around with a controller in your pocket.
What fucking internet connection? 5G, whatever. The problem with G's on your phone is not speed. It's latency.
Hey, man, you seen the new Black Mirror? The controller's the console, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, all right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. And yes, there is the basement spoiler cast at the end of this. But again, who cares about the basement anymore?
Ryan says, "They're Castle Super Beast. Wooly, this may make you happy, but I'm prepping for a yard sale, getting rid of my Funko Pops and making room for decent figurines. However, there's a few I don't plan to get rid of, including Nemesis from RE, because it's pretty much the only reasonable price collectible I could obtain for that character. Are there any characters that you would purchase in a heartbeat if they actually decided to make collectibles for them? AKA the Funko problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, tons. I would love to own something with Strider Hiryu on it. I would love to own something with Rad Spencer on it. You know, it would be fucking.
Even the Funko version?
No,
that's the question. Nothing exists other than the shitty version.
Okay, well, no, never the Funko then. No,
well, see, your standards are too high. Because the whole point is that he's keeping his Nemesis Funko because there's no affordable Nemesis that he can get.
How much would that Funko cost me?
Which Funko?
The one for Strider Hiryu.
Same thing as all the other Funkos.
$10?
Whatever the fuck it is, I don't know.
I'll take that $10. I'll go print out a picture of Strider Hiryu.
Yeah.
And I'll put it in a picture frame and I'll look at it.
Okay.
Satisfied.
Question answered. Wooly does not skimp on Christ, this is the same exact fucking conversation we just had.
It is.
It's literally the exact same conversation.
There is not a single difference.
Would you get the shitty version if it was the only one you got? And the answer is no. I'll wait and get the expensive version.
Or I'll print my fucking...
Or I'll do it myself.
My thing. Yeah. Yeah.
We are the problem. No, it is the children who are wrong.
There was a nightmare from Soul Calibur 2 resin kit from a garage sale, garage kit online that was like limited to 1 of 200 that I remember staring at back in like 2004 or 5 or so, and I was obsessed with it. I would hover over that site. I had never fucking had the money to order it, and I never did, and it was just like, it's this or nothing.
Why would I want something less than this?
And
like
it disappeared. It went away. I never got it, but it was that or nothing.
Yeah, it's like I'm
not buying the fucking Todd McFarlane shit toy version.
When people are like, Pat, why won't you play this game in this version with a bad frame or whatever? It's like, I didn't spend $4,000 on my fucking computer so I could play some bullshit at 24 frames a second with screen tearing. I did it so that I wouldn't have to think about that concept at all.
Regret going too deep into lore? Hey there, insulting yet funny synonyms for Castle Super Beast. With no news of an Armored Core Armored Vor this year at E3, I decided to visit some AC communities. I'll go online to see if I could learn anything new, and AC fan-like games would also like to bemoan the death of the franchise. I got to reading about the links from 4th-gen pilots of their NEXT, because basically they end up being curled in a ball of breathable liquid while the computer plugs into their brain to merge man and machine.
Uh-huh.
I re-listened to a podcast of yours from some time ago, how you talked about limiters off and whatever it means, shitting yourself, and it made me wonder if you could shit yourself inside of piloting a Next, it might result in you swimming in your own shit unknowingly for the duration of the sortie, only realizing when you unplug and exit the craft.
Yeah.
Has diving too deep into the lore ever ruined something for you?
Nope.
Okay. Thanks, John.
I am always, even if something's really, really, really stupid, I'm glad that I saw the stupid thing.
The description there almost is like LCL.
It sounds very familiar. Also, hey, I don't know if we talked about it. I'm not down for LCL style piloting.
You don't want to breathe in the liquid?
The part where they say breathe in the liquid, I'm like, nah. I'm not going to do it. Fuck you.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm super sure. Drowning is unpleasant.
Here's one from Mr. ComboCon himself. Hunter, dear guardians of Uber creatures.
Hey man, what up?
I chose the mystery tournament at my con to think of a game that was somewhat universal and easy to pick up, but can be a learning curve for those who, but there can be on a curve for those who put time in.
Yeah.
Featured games like Shrek Super Slam, Dive Kick, Bushido Blade, Gang Beasts, and most notably Nidhogg recently. Mm-hmm. What other games would you recommend people jump in blind for a competition? What's the ratio of competition to cheesy BS? What ratio of competitive to cheesy BS is ideal? Keep it up, my dudes. All right, Hunter, I have a list for you.
Oh, man.
It's real simple. These are all things you should know.
Yeah.
You want me in on this kind of suggestion thing? I'm here for you, man. Ultimate Chicken Horse.
Yeah.
Lethal League Blaze.
Yeah.
The Speedrunners.
Not familiar.
Duck Game.
Somehow.
Mount Your Friends.
Mount Your Friends, yes.
Samurai Gun.
Mm.
Bomberman 5 for the Super Nintendo.
That was a good list.
Done and done.
You did them good solid.
Done and done. You want easy to pick up, low mastery, easy to learn, hard to master, right? Competitive edge makes all the difference at the top, but down at the bottom, it's shenanigans and fun.
Yep.
That's the list right there.
Mm-hmm.
For Bomberman 5, you're getting 4 players. You got to get controllers for that shit.
That's good.
All right. Let's take this one over here from Jesus.
Oh, hey, man.
Jesus says, "They're chewy and fuckface for girls."
What's up?
Jesus here. I have a friend in the game industry that recently attended E3 for the first time. To my amazement, he found it boring and quite uneventful.
This E3 sucked ass, apparently.
He basically called it a schmooze fest and said there wasn't a lot to do with the physical event itself. Mostly for the fun stuff. Most of the fun stuff was for parties he didn't have a way into.
Yeah.
I'll take it with a grain of salt from my friend, but I know he can be brutally honest. Have you ever found this to be true in the industry, or has it lost its veil of mystique during your careers as YouTube people? Did it have any in the first place?
E3 has gotten shittier every year since like 2012.
I've never been to E3, so I can't say for sure. But I do know that, PAX events and shows like that, trade shows as opposed to conventions, infinitely increase and decrease in quality whether or not you have an attendee badge or a media badge.
When they made E3 open to the public, they created 2 tiers of E3. One is, hey, do you know people? Can you get in? Can you schmooze? Walk right this way. Here's the Cyberpunk demo for you, right? And if you don't, look at the statue outside our booth.
Then later on, when the show floor closes, are you just back at your hotel room, playing your Switch?
Or are you hearing dumb, stupid shit from a developer who's not supposed to be telling you the shit he's telling you, but he's drunk, so fuck it.
That sounds like a better, fun way to spend your night. So, yeah, it does make a huge difference. And having experienced both types of shows, if it was all waiting in lines and back to my hotel room, I would have no interest.
Yep.
Website's just as good. And lastly, let's take one from Will, who says,
"Hey, Will, what up, man?
Dear Will and Pat, the Mind Goblin King, since Netflix just put up this is Neon Genesis Evangelion, I thought I would watch it for the first time. I always hear the show and the characters are super fucked up before watching it. I thought I had some idea of what I was getting into, but holy fuck, I was not expecting the extent of how much emotional baggage the characters have. It's so rare how glued to my TV I was for the last 3 episodes. This is the voice of a million people, by the way.
So there's a statement that I saw recently, which I guess it would be different for any other show. But it was somebody going, man, I've been hearing about Ava for years. I'm super hyped to watch it on Netflix. And all I can think of is Evangelion might be the program that hype describes the least accurately ever. It is a depressing, labyrinthine mess that makes you feel bad.
So, spoilers. I'm sure some people will probably be watching this, but who do you think in the show has the most emotional baggage, or are there any other shows that come close to this level? Well, and then a bunch of PSs.
Well, there's a 3-way tie between your 3 winners, and everybody knows it.
I think Shinji's the king. I don't think anyone tops that.
Asuka's pretty bad.
Yeah, you like Asuka.
Yeah, I sure do.
I think Shinji's the king. I think he gets it the worst.
You're right. I would put our 2 female leads, or actually our 3 female leads, relatively even, and then I would put Shinji
3
a step above.
3.
What? Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Took me a second there.
Yeah. All right.
Our 35 female leads.
So the thing about the whole Netflix Ava bit going on now is, you know what, man? It really sucks that these kids aren't getting flown to the moon.
It does.
It really, really sucks.
Yeah.
And I understand that there's a part of this where it's like it was this or nothing because archiving purposes, new dub, all that shit. Plus, people only care once it's back on Netflix. and that's fine.
Well,
but we have to say this in a world where we pretend you couldn't go back and watch it in other ways. You know?
I have a few statements on that, one of which is a correction. It's really sad that these kids didn't get to fly to the moon in English, because in Japanese Netflix they totally got the rights to it.
That's true. That's true.
Right. So
yeah,
like that's its own little right. Yeah, I've seen the translation stuff.
I also think these kids, I don't know. I mean, they're experiencing like when I think they should experience love.
Yeah.
I get it. I get the reasons why, but it's been that way in my brain for fucking my entire life. So
there's clearly a really rigid view of what translation means from the people who retranslated this.
Yeah.
That I really don't agree with. Yeah. I don't think anybody who ever watched the first one agrees with.
And I mean, if you count the manga events, there's some like that is not ambiguous.
No.
At all. However,
a couple modified or off line reads do not damage.
No, it's still the thing. It's still the thing. It's more, honestly, what I don't envy is the weight of expectation going into the show now for someone who's seeing it for the first time, because there's a lot of people that like are just going to click on it not knowing what it is, but there's a lot of people that have heard of it enough.
Did you see that image going around of that 4chan thread about Ray?
No.
It's the funniest thing I've seen in forever. It's just some fucking 4chan thread of a picture of Ray.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, hey, Ray is love and life, and she's the best. And then the next person posts a picture of Asuka.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, whatever, OP. And then a picture of Gendo just going, you cunts have been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. And here's to 20 more.
Yeah. As for this person who just experienced this for the first time and is all getting to experience what everyone's been on about, congratulations in the sense that, well, congratulations. Yeah. But also, as far as are there other things like this? Yes, you've seen them. You've experienced the children of Ava, because it's influenced so much media out there.
There's a weird thing of going back to Evangelion now, because you get to this point of you're like, oh, that's what Gintama was making fun of.
I mean,
or oh, that's just like this.
I mean, on a super basic level, it's like, yo, the machine goes berserk and that's a cool. And then there's the part where it's like, have you watched any anime that attempted to deconstruct its genre recently?
Ever?
Guess what you're watching?
Yeah.
That's an Ava.
It's this thing where when I was watching Gundam, 1970 Gundam, right? Mm-hmm. I kept having this feeling of like, oh, wow, that's where this started or became popular. And people watching Evangelion now, like, there's certain moments that I'm sure don't hit quite the same pop.
It's more Go Nagai shit than Tomino shit, but it's still the same, like, type of mecha show.
Right. But what I mean is there's still moments that might just not pop. It's like, oh, I've seen it before. It's like, yeah, but you didn't see it in 1996.
Yes. Did you see the fucking thing is like, by the way, reminder for anyone that didn't know, but when Ava first aired, it was replacing Ninja Turtles in Japan.
Yes.
And they even
had a morning.
And they had a lead-in fucking like little bit where they're like, and now after the turtle adventures, here's a new show. Da 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 da. You know, and like you're like, oh yeah, of course Ninja Turtles gets replaced with
the robot show.
Fuck you, why not?
I like robots. That's
cool.
Robot. Yeah.
How could they have known?
So it's funny that
Anno didn't tell them.
It's funny that we're talking about this because I recently embarked on the journey of, hey, I want to be able to play FF7 again. It's been about 15 years since I played FF7. Remake's coming out. I'll go through it again, right? What version do I play? The answer is the Switch or Xbox One version. All the other versions are fucked up. PC version, I fought with for hours. It does not like my computer. Fuck it. But we're talking about FF7 lately, right? And it's like a lot of people talking to us are like, oh, I never played it. You know why? Because I didn't exist. Or I was 2.
Yeah.
Right? Eva came out before FF7. It's old. It's really old.
It's very old.
And you have to be able to, like, if you really want to get that real, it's like you have to appreciate what it was next to and how fucking nuts that was.
I also think that there's a part of this that just can't, there's an undertailing here where like knowing that people are treating it this way takes away the surprise that it goes those places.
Of course.
You can't get rid of that.
Well, no,
Everyone
it's so...
has told you that Ava is Ava and has told you to care about it. So now you're watching it to find out what the big deal is. And you'll still enjoy the journey.
But that's a weird expectation to go into.
Straight up. Versus watching it as, hey, it's that cool robot show.
And then going like...
And it gets kind of dark.
And then I'm like, it gets kind of dark. And then it gets confusing. And then it gets really confusing. And then you're finished and you're like, I feel gross.
I mean, is the movie on Netflix? I hope not, and I hope they wait a little bit.
And of Ava?
And then
I believe it is.
Oh, is it up there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to wait a little bit and then pop it up there.
So like, here's the bonus element that most people, especially people listening to this podcast, aren't gonna be able to have because it that time is gone, and it is. I am younger than the characters in this story. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That context dramatically changes how you're going to feel towards these characters. When I watched Evangelion, Asuka would have been an older girl at my high school. So it's fine.
Anyway.
Not for you.
Okay, we just talked about this with Red Dead 2. No one asked. But... I also think there's a bit of an issue where it's put together with like Ghost in the Shell and Akira as like a big there's a so okay, for example, people like my friends have been checking it out recently, and like people that I know are, and like I was like, oh, like should Steph check this out? And I was kind of like, no. It's not really gonna. It's not gonna do the thing. It's not gonna land in the same way. It's not gonna hit the same notes that you'd expect. And like, it's in that same thing where like, people that were not into Mecha were into Ava, right?
Yeah.
And because you didn't have to be because it wasn't about that, but there's definitely a lot of beats you're gonna miss.
Like I'll argue with you that Evangelion is not a mecha show.
That's fine. Like, but you're missing a lot of intended beats.
A lot of the stuff that it's mocking.
And thus not getting as much juice out of...
shit. Let's just talk about the first episode, right? First episode of your super robot show, of Gundam. Oh, man. People are attacking the colony. Oh, what am I going to do? I'm Amuro. I'll hop into the robot and save the day. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, I'm the hero. I love this robot.
Or if you want to do your Koji Kabuto, or you want to do your any like hot-blooded fucking protagonist shonen manga, like it's Dad left behind the secret experimental robot that's going to stop the alien force.
And I will be the hero, and I'm going to do it.
Let's go.
Right.
And then their theme song plays.
Yeah. Now let's start with Ava. Get in the robot, or I'll toss this dead bitch into it.
I don't want
to. Fuck you, bitch.
Get in.
Get in, you pussy. I don't want... No, this is why your mom doesn't love you. That's Evangelion.
Oh, wow. Dad called me. I haven't heard from him. It's nice that he's calling. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Fly me to the moon and let me play. That's gonna miss... That beat is not gonna hit. Right?
Yeah.
You're not... Think about the moments where... Like, you Eric Andre cut to Fly Me to the Moon.
Yeah.
And now those are gone.
Also, a lot of stuff in the way that it's cut and it's like, I almost said fucking filmed. Like shot is super weird.
There were filmed moments.
Yeah, there were in that one part.
Mm-hmm.
But like, Evangelion fucking hates background music. And we'll just give you like, you know, hey, walk into school where you would usually expect, and in Evangelion I think there's one hey everybody, I'm going to school with adventure, and it's like cut to waiting for the subway. Dead silence with train noise. Awkward, long moment that sucks to watch.
Yeah.
And that is, you know what? That's one of the only things that Ava keeps that's pseudo unique, is that it's a 26 episode show with 2 extra ones that are a movie, in which parts have been made explicitly to suck ass to actually watch.
It literally was constrained by budget during its airtime. Like, there were things about the show that there were concessions that they had to make because they couldn't afford.
So I have one piece of data about the elevator scene that was animated due to a lack of money.
Yeah.
It's because one of the producers stole a bunch of the money. They actually had it.
That's amazing.
But he put it aside for future projects, and the team was like, "Where'd the money, though?"
I am curious to know if there's anyone out there that is born in a generation where they only had the rebuilds, and if they went in and only watched the rebuilds and are now experiencing the show for the first time. That would be a really interesting perspective. Also, we have confirmation that 4.0 is coming soon. So that literally is still happening, by the way, just in case you forgot about them and pretended they didn't exist.
I usually pretend that 3 doesn't exist.
Well, 4.0 is coming.
I will give 3.0 a big thumbs up on one thing. It is the closest you will ever come to going to see a movie theater and sitting down to a single frame of text that says "fuck off" for 90 minutes.
You mean EOE?
No. There's cool shit in EOE. EOE is the text "stop bothering me."
Actually, it's too bad. I
yes,
believe is the actual...
Yeah, no, End of Evangelion might as well have been called "too bad." You're right.
Anyway, enjoy.
Or don't.
That's the end of our podcast, and this is the start of the Basement Cast. If you don't want to hear about current...
anime Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan spoilers.
As of June 24th, 2019.
You should stop listening at this point in time.
We're going to give you about 5 more seconds to get the fuck out of here.
Eren Kruger!
Fuck you! Who gives a shit about Eren Kruger? I want to talk about Armin and Mikasa!
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Let's back up. Let's back up.
Stop.
Okay. So Wooly, I walked in here last week and went, "So, basement?" And you went, "Yup." And I went, "What do you think?" And you said...
It was so worth it. It was so worth it.
It was totally worth it.
Why? What's in the basement? A photo. Cool.
And then you have... Which meant nothing when they picked it up. And then they go, "What is this?" And I go, "What?"
And then they go, "This is not a drawing." And you go, "Huh?" And it's like, "Oh my God."
Right? Yeah. Right. All right.
Yes.
What?
Now, then I think back and I go, no. Hold on. We already knew this. Why? Back when Reiner was walking around inside that castle, we saw him pick up a fucking can.
Yeah. And they were like, "Huh?
You can read that?
That's weird."
What is that? It's a can?
And then later they drink coffee that no one can identify.
What is this mysterious black liquid?
It's kind of like tea, but it's not. It's very bitter smelling.
What is this strange black liquid?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, right?
There's the line by Bertolt, which is the tiniest little hint right before we get there, where the first time they ever talk about the reason they're there is, "What, have you fallen in love with this filthy inferior race?"
Yes.
And you go, "Okay, that's an information that we didn't have."
Yep. And then when you go, "What are the reasons?" Bertolt explained them, and he goes, "No, I don't want to."
Fuck off.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Ooh."
Almost. So to wind it all back, because I mean, quite frankly, let's not fucking ignore that. We talked about how the decision was awesome. I believe we talked about
decision between Erwin and Armin for that for that matter.
Now I don't remember if it was on camera or off camera, but to me that decision was so absolutely 100% easy. It's Armin all the way.
Yeah, of course it is.
But
it's easy for you to say that because you spent more of the story with Armin and you like Armin
That's
more.
not even it. That's not even it. It's on an objective level.
Yeah.
Erwin is a great leader.
Yeah.
Armin is a great tactician.
Yeah.
Erwin needs Armin's leadership. Erwin needs Armin's ability, his thinking. Armin needs Erwin's leadership.
The reason why I say that's easy for you to say is because that's the problem that the characters encountered, which is, yeah, it's easy for you to say it must be Armin, but Erwin's obviously, and it's all personal.
Yes.
There was no objectivity there at all.
It absolutely. But looking at it objectively, I'm like,
it's Armin. Yeah, it's Armin.
Yeah, like the brain that puts the plan together.
Yeah.
That has discovered everything worth fucking analyzing
Ever. In the whole show.
Is this kid.
Yeah.
Also, leadership can be learned. Big, smart tactician brain is no. Done.
And then you get to have that moment where Aaron's like, no, look at all the shit that we would have all just died in like a second if Armin didn't.
It's crazy how clear that shot that was. And like it was over the top, but like the part where it's like where Levi's like, yeah, fuck you stupid kids, I don't give a shit. And then Erwin's like,
yeah,
get away from me. And you're like, it has to be fucking the kid, man. It has to be the kid.
So I wanna point out the Attack on Titan.
The candles blowing out. Exactly. The candles are all the fucking possibilities that his giant brain are coming up with, and they all fucking level, and there's one because he figured it out. And no one else can figure it out.
Yeah.
Fucking Armin is the candles.
There's something about the adaptation here that's really amazing, and they've done something really incredible where the manga has a benefit in one storytelling, which is it's happened a couple times now, and every time they do it, I like cheer. Or when you turn the page in a manga, brand new image, shock, whatever it is, right? They have adapted those moments in this anime into my favorite thing ever, where tap, tap, tap on the wall. Reiner's there. And before I can even think, oh, what are they going to do with Reiner? He's stabbed in the face. Just, just.
I went on many a rant, many a time about my favorite thing in that entire show. And that is the moment where Reiner just first fucking loses it and goes, hey, dude. I'm the armor.
It's
Titan.
me. It was me all
right?
along.
You know, we got my bro back here. Bro told
where he's the colossal.
Obviously, we got to get out of here. We tried to kill humanity. You know what it is.
Yeah. Can you want to just come with us?
Really sucks. Like, can we just do this?
Can we just skip the whole process?
Because really, you know,
it's tiring. I don't want to do it.
And fucking dudes looking at him like, and everyone walking around is like, and like the faces, because they put the plan into action already, because they cut to like, oh yeah, so here's how this is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And everyone's got this fucking the dead eye look where all the budget in the veins of their eyes, and somehow, despite everyone already having their pants shit look, and Eren winning the Oscar for going, hey man, what do you mean? What? What are you talking about? I don't get
crazy,
it.
Man.
And the glance over, and Mikasa is fucking
and stabbing them.
Like it's such a good moment, and like
they do it again with this one,
and you get that again, exactly right.
It's like it's nice to see, because one of the most frustrating things, particularly when you watch anime, Jessica Jones had this problem the worst of anything I've ever seen. Bad guys talking, blah blah blah. Kill him. Kill him now.
What are we doing here? What do we
make him stop looking at him and letting them talk and move away from you? Kill them. Shoot them. Shoot them.
This is almost the only anime I can think of where thoughts happen in thought time as opposed to anime time.
Yeah.
Right? No one is talking out loud in the middle of their flaming, burning punch, JoJo style.
Yeah.
Like the thought of all this shit that I just put together, I'm gonna stick into his teeth.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah.
Took place in that, you know,
yeah.
In that thought time moment. So everything that is building up, the way you feel about things, like the characters are always 2 steps ahead of you, not just in terms of how smart they are, but in terms of acting on the emotion as well.
Yeah, because they're in the situation, so of course they're going to be moving faster than you're thinking about what they would do.
So not only are they like doing the thing I love where they're smarter than you, but they're also Peter Quilling the situation with fucking duh, because you're like, you know, it's you. There's no time to hesitate. This is absolutely everything, you know? And now we've solved all these problems. Everything's behind us. It's all based on what the fuck is going on out here.
Yeah. So you get into the basement, and it has we danced around it. One of my favorite moments ever is that he goes to try the lock, and it's the wrong key.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. And you're just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Really? No. No.
My stomach sank.
Everyone died for this key to not work.
The key doesn't fit, and I went, oh! yeah. The fake out on the key was, oh, because you're so focused on the door, right? It's all you've been thinking about for so long, and then Levi kicks the fucking door.
Okay,
in.
no, we're in. It's fine.
And it like don't. That's not. Shut up.
Then we get the big reveal that the world is larger than we thought. It's actually pretty normal.
Well, obviously.
The Eldians. So our main characters, this is where I think it's really fascinating, because our main characters, who all looked like a bunch of Aryan superheroes, and there was a weird German military aesthetic.
Except for the Japanese
Except
people.
for that one family.
And those people that can't be controlled. What's
Right.
up with those?
Now we move out and go, haha, we flipped it. They're totally in the Warsaw Ghetto, 100%.
Actually, they're in Madagascar.
Right. No, but what I mean is
Yes.
in the flashback,
Yes.
totally in the Warsaw Ghetto internment camps.
Yeah.
Oopsie, haha, we flipped it on you.
Armband, Zeppelin,
Done.
Germans.
Okay.
What else you need?
Haha,
here?
we reversed it. And then we get, so I've said that like Berserk is like the greatest, it's the most justified revenge story ever. And Attack on Titan, our early moments with Eren, establish he has like the best reason to be the most angry piece of shit ever.
100%.
Fuck that! Who cares? Let's talk about his dad. How his dad has the best reason to be the most angry piece of shit ever.
And Grisha gets the 1,000-yard stare.
Worse than Eren ever did.
And you get to watch that happen because one, he's what is he, 7?
Yeah.
Right? And when the shit goes down, and then you expect the world, the moment he put the armband on and the soldiers act like shit, you expect the world to be the worst thing ever, right? Yeah. And I'm going in expecting the world to be the worst thing ever.
And then I was unprepared with how bad it was.
Well, it was bad, but then you cut back to his dad being like, hey man, hey dude.
Apologizing.
Dude,
and
you got to shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
No, listen.
Play along.
This is how it go.
You want to live?
You know? And you're like, okay.
This is how bad it actually is.
So you kind of expected an expanding of the map at some point, but for it to not only expand, but for it to be so satisfying with the tasty morsels of juice of what you get.
And then you're like, oh, the nightmare that all of our characters have lived in, the worst thing that ever happened to them and the downfall of the future is actually to protect them from the even more horrible outside world.
So the conversation that followed after that episode, right? When the dad goes, this is who we are. We come from we're the descendants of Ymir, and the Titans were fucking clothes-wearing literal giant gods that ruled over mankind, in particular the Marleyans, until they fought back by taking
our shit
and getting 7 of the 9 pieces, and then turning the tables on us, right? And you see all those pictures,
and we get told your ancestors made a deal with the devil, and Titans are evil, and blah 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 blah, and then you immediately get told no.
Nuh-uh.
They were angels.
It's the other way around.
And then you get a character later on going, who cares? I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Because the imagery of like the literal basement meetings is showing you the goddess Ymir with her long hair. And so here's where we start going and fucking analyzing, right?
You mean how that's the mural we saw in the season 2 credits?
Go back to the outro of season 2 and watch.
That's the mural.
The whole story is right there.
Oh, you mean that weird shit? It's like I'm watching Monster. You remember Monster?
Yes. And slowly you come to realize, all of it. You know, the whole story's right there. So you watch the season 2 outro where now what they haven't told you about, but you see it is royal family, bunch of kids eating some body parts.
What the fuck?
We don't know, but it seems like human form consumption of some sort of person or flesh equals transferring of the ability without even needing to be a Titan. Right? Maybe it was so pure and undiluted at that point in time.
You didn't have to do the weird side
But now
steps.
we're looking at what is basically the incest babies
Yeah.
of what used to be smart titans, maybe?
Yeah.
Bearded, tool-using, clothing-wearing
Yeah, because now you're looking at
titans,
freakazoids that are mutants because of spinal fluid, blah, blah, blah.
as opposed to the 9 we see bending around Ymir in that, like, you know, thing. And, like, including the giant...
But then it's like, but is that even real?
And then you go to the Marleyan version and you see a literal Satan devil.
Giving the apple.
And you go, okay, cool, so what's what? And then you look at the wall. It's like, oh, the royal family left to go to Madagascar and create paradise and create the inner
And
wall.
just chill and leave us alone.
And then said, I'm putting all these titans inside the walls, right? And you see the titans holding hands, and he uses Scream to make them do that.
Yeah.
But the ones holding hands inside the walls are wearing the fucking Greek robes with the big noble beards. And I'm like, that's not what the fucking titans inside the wall look like.
It's not. They look like nightmares.
So these stories are all horseshit.
But then the king did renounce war and doesn't want to, and that's
it's like, all horseshit.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All that matters is what our characters do with this shit now, because shit is bad.
We know there's 9 pieces. We know 2 of them exist within the fucking wall, and the other 7 are out, right?
Yeah.
Great. Let's do the count. And I remember already doing this, and I don't know, like, it's like I always expect this to happen, and it always takes me by surprise because I somehow forget. But it's like anytime a story gives you a bunch of, like, different, how do I put this? The idea that it's like those 9 are the only 9.
People are saying 3 are on the walls.
Okay, well, anyway, I don't know, but
found
anime.
Yeah.
But like, here's the thing. The idea that it's like, oh, there's irregular titans, there's regular titans, and then there's specials, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know what the fucking deal with these specials are. You've seen them all. You've seen almost all of them, right? No, you haven't. But like, we haven't seen one because I did the count. But the point remains is that
there's one missing.
when the story, well, let me get there in a second.
Yeah.
When the story pairs down and starts doing the thing which Game of Thrones does or whatever, all these stories, you simplify, you make it so that guess what? Turns out you knew a lot more
Than you thought you knew.
You
You thought it was broader. It's actually a lot.
the map
narrower.
expands, but your knowledge of the situation is bigger than you thought because you've seen female.
Yeah.
You've seen armored.
Yeah.
You've seen colossal. You've seen beast.
Yeah.
You've seen
All guy on all fours.
you've seen the longmouth.
Yeah.
You've seen
The tiny one that Ymir turns into.
Ymir. You've seen the coordinate,
Yeah.
right? And
You're up to 7.
yeah, and you've seen the Attack Titan.
The
Shingeki no Kyojin. The name of the fucking show, dude. Which turns out to be a double entendre the whole time. That only works in Japanese because it's the name of the show. And I was like, why'd they translate that episode that way? That's the wrong name for the episode.
Oh, no, it's not. Shut up, idiot.
It's not Attack on Titan. It's the Attack Titan. Right? That's literally 8 right there.
Yeah.
So guess what? You're missing 1.
Yeah.
You know?
What's the last one? I don't know.
You know, because you have, that's it, right? And then already piecing together, like I already frame by framed like Grisha's memories, and you're like, this whole thing comes together in a really weird way, but okay, he had his reasons.
Fucking what's his name? The fucking drill instructor ending up being like a major
player. Yeah, that's hilarious. I fucked with your gear. You couldn't do it because I was fucking with your gear the whole time.
You did it though.
And then how about this, right? The random poetic fucking, like, the things where like God laughs at coincidence in a story.
Yeah.
Where Dina happens to wander right to that house.
Right to the one.
And pick up that woman and fucking crush her.
Yeah.
Because poetry,
because
right?
Fuck you.
It rhymes.
So
anyway, so you have all that, and then you get this like setup now where it's like Zeke, the fuckboy Zeke,
the worst person in the world that we knew so far, like the actual most contemptible piece of shit ever. You get his backstory, and you're like, oh, Grisha fucked him up.
You went so hard the other way that you re-emphasized everything that the dad was.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you go the other way. This is why the kids of the most religious people you know are the most insane people you know.
Big party.
And then their kids go, I need some structure in my life, and run to the cross, right? And Zeke fucking turns into that. I don't know how those ages line up, by the way, because he's got a big old beard and he's minimum 35 by the time we know that Annie is Aaron's age.
Time becomes really goofy when people are turning into Titans.
It sure does, as Ymir proves, right? But you get the fact that he fucking turns the whole thing out, and God, what was it? Oh yeah, of course it always takes one sociopath, right? Mm-hmm. In these types of situations where it's like there's a fucking dam and it's spilling over, and then it takes one dude who comes along and is just like, yeah, so I fed her to my dogs. Wasn't that fun? And you're like,
yeah, no, I get it. I'd be really sad if somebody fed my kids to their dogs, but I mean, it was your kid, so fuck you.
You get it, right?
Right?
Yeah. So when you slow down these flashback moments and like you almost frame by frame them, you start to put together what you know, what you don't know, and what might happen, right? And in that last episode, it's like Historia touches the paper, which it's like, okay, if this was some stupid ass anime that never thought about things and was just dumb and didn't already deliver on being well done, that paper would just be because Ymir's feelings are written in the words.
But instead, we've established that memories flow through a certain point in time and space and are malleable, and you can see things that other people's memories, blah, 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 because whatever. And then we established that, like, well, Aaron's going kind of crazy right now because he's got like a shit ton of people in his head, and he's living out multiple lifetimes simultaneously.
Yes. So the thing is though is when you with Ymir writing that letter and she touches it and then she sees all of Ymir's memories. You're like, what is it with that paper? What'd she do to it? I don't know. Did she fucking sweat on it? But you see all the screenshots of the flashbacks of Ymir that we've seen up until that point,
and then one that we haven't,
which makes no sense in her timeline. Because we've seen everything up to that point.
Yeah.
Unless we haven't somehow.
Right.
Right? And you're like, is that even the same Ymir?
Or is it right now?
Or is it a long time ago?
Yeah.
Because guess what? If anybody's possibly going to know things they shouldn't know in an Assassin's Creed 2 Desmond, this story is for you style moment, do it for Mikasa and Armin.
And it's like...
It probably might be the original.
What?
I'm going to say the original Ymir maybe is somehow the person that is in...
But so we get to the point where it's like, hey, I have a family. You got to do it for Mikasa and Armin. And he goes, huh? And I go, huh?
Yeah. Like, that is straight up, that is Ezio looking at the camera going,
and he goes, wait, whose memories are these?
Who are you talking to?
And I go,
yeah.
Okay, there's two possibilities here. Either time is a loop, which I don't think is happening here, or this coordinate shit with the memories goes forward too.
It's a two-way street.
And then I go, is there any sequence in this show that would have supported this at all so far, right? In which memories go forward in time. And there is in the first episode. When Eren is sleeping in the field and Mikasa comes to wake him up, he is seeing his mom get eaten in the future from his own point of view. He's seeing fights with Titans that haven't happened yet. You can these characters can occasionally just see other people's memories from the future.
In my digging, by the way, I don't know if you caught it, but did you catch the name of the first episode?
I forgot.
The name of the first episode of the show is To You, 2,000 Years in the Future.
Really?
The name of episode 1 of Attack on Titan is called To You, 2,000 Years in the Future.
Okay.
It's right there. And you never think twice about it because you're in the middle of going, what is this show?
Yeah.
So you want to talk about hidden in plain sight. It's the first thing you read, right? And then, so now you're like, this whole Grisha plan where he runs into this family and just goes ham on him and gets the coordinate power, right? What's the deal with the time frame of this? You get 13 years, asshole.
Oh, shit.
That's
like,
it.
Why was he suddenly so adamant that he had to do it right now?
In the, like, just go. Like, you get exactly that amount of time.
And then we get a wonderful, sad, depressing scene in which Armin goes, okay, so I just did this.
Yes.
So I got 13.
Yes.
Eren, you have 8.
It's been 5 already.
And then you cut to Mikasa, who essentially says, "Shut up."
Yeah.
A character whose entire real family is dead.
Yes.
Whose entire adopted family is dead.
Yes.
And the only two people of note in her entire life just got terminal death sentences in the same sentence.
And the only thing she actually really wants is for one of them to put a scarf on her.
Yeah.
Cool. You look like you lost some weight. Are you okay?
No. No. So we talked about how much we like the speed at which characters in Attack on Titan do things, and they do them faster than you and I are thinking of it. I think there's one higher thing that some Phoenix Wright games did, and this episode, this last one,
I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
At the exact perfect timing. I've never seen it better, where characters are talking in a meeting,
yes,
going, so Eren did this shit once, we don't know why, and I go, fuck, and Eren jumps up and goes, shit!
Oh! and then yeah, and then everyone goes, what?
And then I go, no, shut up, and he goes, no, nothing.
And then he goes, nothing, and he goes, no, go on, Titan, you may speak, and he's like,
nah, that's good.
No. And he sits his ass back down, and Armin is like,
yeah,
and just goes, oh my god, and
to the second,
like, hold that.
My mind,
take that thought and fucking hold it,
it's
dude.
this perfect lead-in sentence that they go, well, you know, he did it once when he was under a lot of stress. And
why did it happen under those circumstances?
And I go, why did the... And then the character... Like, it's simultaneous. It's simultaneous.
It cuts to her, and you go, oh! Yeah, I literally yelled, oh. Like, it just, like, in that second, because up until that point when they were showing you everyone turning, right?
Yeah.
Before Dina, there's that old bald guy who has the big shaggy beard, and I'm like, oh, they're doing the thing where you see the person before.
Yeah.
Because that's the guy that ate Eren.
Yeah.
And then the other weird-looking one with the big eyes is the one that peeks around the corner.
Yeah, I've seen that one all over the place.
Totally. And then, oh my god, it's the smiling Titan.
Yeah.
There it is, right? What's the deal with her? Well, now we know the deal. But then you didn't quite do the fucking math on it. It
because
was right there.
it's a thing that never came up once again. Explicitly,
and you're like, why?
How come Eren never did that again?
Is it Ultra Instinct? Does he just have to emotion
And then
it?
I'm like, wait, why didn't I think about during, like, when they're talking about Dina and they're talking about how Zeke is Dina's son? How come I never put together that, oh yeah, no, Zeke can totally effortlessly control all Titans in his vicinity, no problem.
And we're standing and looking at the line of them, which conveniently allows Levi to fucking domino.
He just tells him what to do, and it's no problem. Why didn't I put that together? Yeah. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yes, exactly. Right. Hold that shit.
And it's this
close
weird
to your
situation
chest.
because, like, the solution.
Also, the lead into the real thing was, the first thought was, shit, I didn't tell Armin and Mikasa about the one that killed our mom, about that being her.
Yeah.
Also, this other huge thing. Yeah. So the moment the hand comes in contact with it, right? It's super. Yeah, I love that moment. And he like immediately sits his ass down and just goes,
no, nothing.
No.
And then Hanji looks at him and goes, oh, that's what Levi meant. Oh, I see.
Yeah. So here's a thing that I've been trying to figure out now, right? And like, I think I kind of got. Well, now we got it.
Yeah, we have basement, and then basement is like whatever. Now it's about paths.
Last episode, I remember going with what we had and going. Grisha goes into that fucking cult room, and he fights. What's Frida, and she's awesome, by the way. Frida's cool.
Yeah.
And he fucking eats her and takes that goddamn power. Right.
Yeah.
Good for you. You've secured the coordinate.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. Then I'ma just squash all these babies because fuck you, Rice, you piece of shit. Right.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's not. That's not the same as go get the coordinate.
That's very different.
Grisha, what the fuck are you doing?
Why would you do that? That seems needlessly violent.
Why are you splattering the children?
Yeah.
Right. And then you get this episode where it's like, oh, because like literally this is all your fault. You shitty, stupid piece of shit king. Fuck you.
You left us out here.
Right. And we can't, and like leaving this in any of your hands means this continues to exist. Go fuck yourself.
And it's like this king's like, yeah, I abdicate war. And it's like, oh, so you left your entire people out to be fucked to death, but also you kept everyone in here so stupid that they live in a perpetual nightmare.
It's peace, though.
Fuck off, man.
And these walls are a nuke that are mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Also, undercurrents of there being oil and diamonds.
Yeah, no, it's
on the Paradise Island.
The way underneath of Attack on Titan is
racism
like,
and
but it's like, but wait,
world...
why are they sending all of them to get the coordinate right now? They sent the whole gang in to get it.
7 of 9,
right? And it's like,
or 6 of 9.
Why? It's like, oh, because soon Titans are going to be whatever on the global stage, because war, and got to get that oil,
got to control them.
So all you people, because it was always weird, why if they were just going in to get the coordinate, why were they so absurdly callous about the insane damage they were causing? Right? They're like.
We need to
like
murder.
Fuck them to fuck them.
We
basically.
need to murder all of you.
And then it's like, no, because they all have to go.
You all have, exactly, right? And even though it's like, yeah, go in and well, anyway, the idea too of like, what was it? The warriors thing, right? I'm like, okay, so that's a word. They keep bringing that word back. What's that about, right? It's like, hey, Reiner, you're a soldier, but you're also a warrior. Remember that shit? Right? And Reiner goes, oh my god, whatever, Armin, are you okay? Or like whatever it was, like in the moment, right? So then you get this thing where you're just like, okay, so here's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with literally, you are born an Aldean. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Sacrifice yourself. You get 13 years on the clock. Your family not only gets raised out of the ghettos, you literally get to be considered Marleyan.
Yeah, and
you are no longer an Aldean.
You become part of the hero ultimate race, like all the weird association that you would think.
So Bertolt, Reiner, Zeke, his daughter, all of them are like, yeah, we're not Eldian, we're Marleyan because we've adopted the fucking warrior code.
Yeah, at which point you go, yeah, right, whatever. Like,
yeah,
you're still talking about the wholesale genocide of your people for the lulz.
Yeah. The timeline with Zeke, again, it still doesn't make 100% sense. How is Annie the same age as Eren? While you got, like, if you do run the clock, like I tried to run the clock on it last night, right? And it's like, okay, they're about 15, right? Eren and Annie, minus that time frame, you go back to the point at which Grisha was entering the wall, falling in love. 13 years is about the time he had, so give him a few extra. And then, but when Zeke pointed him out, he was about 7. So like, either Zeke had a baby at 10 years old, or the time between he got pointed out and getting kicked over the wall was like a couple years past of torture. Then he got kicked over. But maybe I'm doing that all wrong.
Whatever.
Other thought is, what's the deal with going out of your way to, instead of just shooting all these Marleyans, to drag them on a boat across the ocean and stick them with
it's such a process,
right? And it's like, it's so convoluted, and stick them and throw them into the Titan fields instead of just shooting them.
Yeah, it's really actually...
And I'm like, is it because they want there to be as many Titans here as possible? Because fuck those assholes.
I believe that is actually totally it.
And
it is some kind of poetic fuck off.
But also, when we get the coordinate, we can control these things. So that when the walls break open, we have more on our side.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe. It's so out of the way to be hateful, you know?
It's absurd.
Yeah. You got that.
And there's also, I feel there's an element of like, show your real monstrous state, you piece of shit, kind of thing. Like,
it was spinal fluid the whole time.
Yeah, it was totally spinal fluid the whole time. I feel really stupid. Of course it was.
Of course it was. Oh, what kind of crazy scientific concoction magic bullshit are they?
Oh, it's
fucking spinal fluid.
And because Titans are so fucking big, you get a shit ton of spinal fluid. Like, no problem.
And they melt in seconds before you get a chance at it, really. So it's a hard process, but ultimately that's all it was.
Yeah, just get a Titan that people know about and can control, and just grab the spinal. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. And finally, with this episode as well, we get the confirmation that you're like, okay, so this origin point is a bunch of human stupid lies and bullshit, probably something more scientific, probably. And then you're like, no, wait, this coordinate shit is full-on magic bullshit.
It's full magic.
Right? And you're like, how magic are we talking? Well, the forward future stuff is wacky and crazy and confusing.
It's about as magic as it gets.
Okay, but how magic are we talking here? What happens if someone dies? And I was like...
random person gets the magic.
Like, and that's the moment where you go, this is 100% real, actual Satan magic.
Yeah.
Like, she literally touched something.
Something.
There's a spiritual connection between every Aldean that allows the power to never be lost and be born into a random baby.
And it knows to be born into a random
when
child.
one dies.
Which means that kid can only hit 13.
Before they die again if they never pop their powers.
Which means you gotta eat the kids.
Yeah. Yep.
You have to. It's the law.
I think that the truth, like, even though the devil's in the details and the truth that Grisha's dad gave is probably a bunch of bullshit, about like how like our disgusting race did this and our crimes and that, there's probably still some elements of truth in the things it's saying about like how the Titans ruled over people as intelligent Titans, right?
Yeah.
And they forced women to breed like hybrids, basically.
Yeah.
And like the idea that these big grand Titans, like literally in the almost like mythological sense, would then create half Titans and then quarter Titans and whatnot, and all the way down to these dumb incest versions of themselves.
Yeah.
Is super hyper believable, you know? And I'm wondering, I'm just like, in the shot where they're like, and then the Titan Wars happened, right? They show you, again, some of them are holding tools like swords and shields and hammers and shit and have helmets on.
Yeah.
But then one or two of them are literally riding dragons. There's a wolf giant beast thing in the background of one of those paintings that a Titan is riding. And you're like, What is that? What am I actually looking at there? You know?
Was that real?
Yeah. So
I don't, and I think the like, I assume we will get a couple more details on what the fuck even is a Titan.
Yeah.
At some point when we find out more about the core, because we've now established that a character will be able to at some point in the story hit some revelation and just remember
something from
everything.
Another timeline. Yeah.
Like everything.
Yeah. It's like literally from the death game where no one knows nothing to we have so much information we don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah. But I have a feeling that like most of that historical period is going to remain unknown to make it like, who are the bad guys? Is it the Eldians or the Marleyans? Because if the Marleyans are telling the truth and lived under subjugation and forced breeding and genocide for thousands of years, you could understand why they would be pretty pissed and act like scumbags.
Also,
but did that even happen?
Or is it the Aldeans who are brainwashed by the Marleyans, right? Like we've
established that their memories can be altered at a whim.
And the Titan Wars were 80 years ago. That's one human being.
There are people that are alive that saw that shit.
That was one person ago, you know? That recentness level in the story.
Yeah, that really screws up the story for me in a lot of ways, because it's like, and when you're in the walls, it's like forever ago we fled into the walls, yada yada, and then it's like, no, it was 80 years ago.
It's been 100 years since we've been in these walls.
Yeah,
and then but Grisha as a kid, it's like, yeah, 80 years ago the fucking war went down.
Yeah,
it's literally that recent.
It's right there.
So anyway. Now I suppose it's just like, here we go. We've got this. We know who 8 of the 9 are. We've got the Shingeki no Kyojin. We've got the Attack Titan, who
loves freedom. That's the part that made me a little like, oh, come on.
And the thing where, like, one of my burning questions at the end of that episode was, hey, Owl, cool, good job, right? That was awesome. You popped off. You got them good. Why did you literally wait to the last second if you were going to murder all these dudes anyway?
Well, could you not have done this like 10 minutes earlier?
I understand that he even freaked out and went, oh shit, don't say the truth about... I don't care what happens to that, to you or any of these people, but don't say the truth about Dina. You fucker, shut your fucking mouth, right?
Yeah.
And he hides that part, and then he just pops off and kills them all anyway. It's like, what's with the thing? And then Grisha goes, hey, fucker.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Why'd you wait? Why am I the only one alive? You know? And the whole deal that he gives is like, hey, so remember that time when you took your sister's hand and you let her out of the city and you got her fucking killed by a pack of dogs? I didn't. Oh, yeah, you did? Remember that? Right. And you know how I'm here and the only reason why I've never got caught is because
I let this shit happen?
And I've done horrible things myself because everyone's convinced I'm one of them. Because guess what? That's how you don't get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means we've come this far. We have to finish the job.
Yeah.
That's one of the best fucking motivations. I love that shit.
It's very interesting because usually, and in real life or whatever, the situation with Grisha and his sister, that's not his fault. Of course it's not his fault that some crazy psycho decided to have his sister eaten by dogs, right? But in this, the situations are so fucked that it's like, no, that's on you, Grisha. If you had just been polite and stayed in your place, your sister'd be alive right now.
She'd be married, and you'd be working and taking over your dad's business.
She might even have a couple kids.
Yeah. And you know what? Hey, even further, your own kid, you fucked up again.
You fucked him up.
By
He's
doing
evil
it,
now.
That the whole thing. There you go.
Good job, idiot.
That's on you. So we've all got a lot of blood on our hands, don't we, Grisha? You know, and like you got to fucking see it through to the end. And I can't.
And that actually, to me, that speech and that event like that is like, this is why Grisha, who seemed like a really nice guy, is able to splatter those kids against the wall no problem.
Because I've come this far.
I'm gonna let the fact that my sister got eaten by dogs be for nothing. Fuck you.
So this reminds me of one of the coolest things I've ever been told. Plague told me about a villain motivation in a show that I won't say because I don't know, whatever. But there's a villain in a certain thing that is motivated by the fact that like they lost their family in a horrible tragic accident or whatever it was, or possibly due to their own things.
Yeah.
And they're basically now fucking with time to try and fix that problem.
Sure.
The process of fucking with time to fix that problem consists of them needing to do some horrible, evil, shitty things. Mm-hmm. And the more horrible and evil and shitty the things they do, the more they're like, God damn it, this fucking sucks. But it's all going to be worth it once I fix the problem because it'll be like none of this happened.
Yeah.
And at some point, when it gets to the most extreme cases and states of how bad it gets, the villain is essentially like, there's so many bodies behind me and there's so much wrong that I've done. Please let me win so that all the bad I've done will...
You're talking about Star Trek?
No.
Okay, because there's a Star Trek villain very similar to that.
All the bad I've done will have never happened. If you just let me win, please.
Just let me win, it'll be fine.
And I'm like, that is the best motivation
I've come
ever.
way too far for you to fuck it up for me now.
Because I can't sit down and look you in the face and go, you're being irrational and you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you have no choice but to keep going.
I'm going to stop you, though.
The closest thing to fixing your problem is for you to literally win.
Yeah.
You know? And this is kind of like that. And I really, really like that. In a quote-unquote villain, question marks, motivation.
It's like every single person on every team, aside from the 3 characters that we like, are all garbage. They have all, aside from like the scout cast that we know, like Hanji and Levi and Armin and Mikasa and Aaron and Sasha and Connie, right? Except for that core group of your team, every character is a unrepentant piece of human garbage.
Guess what? In a story about literal Nazi things happening, the Nazis are simultaneously good and bad.
Oh, crap.
Alongside, and the Allies are good and bad, and everything is good and bad.
Yeah.
Because there's literal monsters eating people.
Yeah.
And that complicates the story a little bit.
And like, I can only imagine, like, we haven't gone into it, but at some point we're going to have a conversation with a character going, okay, you know those monsters that have ruined your life and eaten all the people in your life? You're one of those. And they're actually our allies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
also, shout outs to this royal family for doing this whole fucking crazy ritualistic insane thing in the name of peace. And the one thing you have to think of is like, okay, so his will, the first king's will, is what keeps them from acting out in humanity.
Yeah, because they gain his entire life and see the reasons why he made the decisions he made.
And then agree with them.
Yeah.
What is it about what he's experienced that makes
what did
everyone...
he see in that war?
That's what we still don't have,
Yeah.
right? Because it's like you can see everyone's point of view and go, I understand.
Yeah, they don't...
And disagree.
They don't become the king, but they do see his life and they go, yeah, you made the right call.
Fuck. I guess I'm not doing it then, am I?
And everybody that ever tries to talk to him at all,
yeah,
he just shakes his head and goes, no, it's got to be like this.
Wipe the brains out. Control them.
It's better this way.
That's all there is.
And so I guess the final big-ass question... Well, there's two. One, I don't know where the story goes. Where does it go? Does it go... Like, what is the plan?
The arrows were pointed one way.
Like, it goes out.
I guess the arrows point the other way now.
Right? And the next episode is, hey, we just rode to the ocean. Just solve that problem.
Sure.
Just done.
Okay. So the attack titan crunched their bodies and tossed them over his head into the ocean, into the sea.
Yeah.
I should probably explain what the sea is.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
and so it goes out and it's like, what is it? We're gonna assault on Marlia? For what? To do what? You're gonna kill the world?
Who knows, dude? Who knows? But here's what you do know. Like, think about the life Zeke led after he turned his own parents in.
Yeah.
You hero. You champion of your sad, downtrodden race.
You've lifted yourself above.
You truly are.
You are an example to be followed.
And just all of that for the rest of his life till we get the fucking hobo we get now.
And you're like, oh, that's why he's like that.
100% convinced.
Because there's parts of Zeke's character that made no sense, right? Where he is vicious and callous and cruel throughout all his original appearances, right? And when he's fighting and he's throwing the rocks, he's as evil as it gets.
He's having fun playing baseball.
But then he's talking to Reiner and Bertolt, and he's pretty chill.
Yep.
And he's polite.
Yep.
And he's nice.
Yep.
And you're like, what the oh! That's... And it's like, he's sad now. He's a sad villain. And there's one thing that he says that he's absolutely right about, which is the last thing he says to Eren. It's like they're both trapped by their dad's bullshit.
Right.
Because Grisha fucked up everything ever, forever, those two have now had their lives ruined.
I mean, the fact that, like, moments after the most traumatizing thing ever happens, which also, by the way, important thing to note about the Smiling Titan, about fucking Dina.
Yeah.
The only Titan we have ever seen that didn't just eat somebody.
Yeah.
Right? It fucking grabs the mom and squashes and fucking, like, pulverizes her.
First.
Then eats.
Yeah.
That's the only example we've ever seen of that.
And all I can think of is
what the fuck is that about?
So what I am thinking is that right before she turns, she tells Grisha, don't worry, I'll find you. And then the wall opens and she just immediately walks straight to his house. And all I can think of is that somehow, because she's royal, she regains like 1% control.
Something in
like
there.
Just the tiniest.
And it's enough. And we saw Connie's mom looking at him going,
yeah.
We saw like little bits and pieces of that. So she had enough inside of her to just go straight to that fucking house.
So there's a part of this that...
But I was going to say that, like, Eren gets it bad enough, and then, like, his dad's like, hey, son, come with me into this forest. It's going to be a fun time.
And then it's like, okay.
You know.
So now we've got all this information, but there's some questions that I expected to get an answer to that are now more confusing. Which is, I feel, the number one question that starts the show off is, why do Titans eat people?
And only people.
And only people. And all I can think of is that they are all subconsciously trying to get that Titan power.
Yes.
All of them.
Exactly. I think, straight up, you're looking at the dumbest incest monster version of what this thing used to be.
Become a real person.
Yes. If you get lucky.
Because we saw that happen.
This is what this is how you save yourself, right? And Titans back in the day that were smarter, that would pass the power on by eating, you know what I mean? Like, consumption is the way. That's how you do it. The last and only thing they know how to do is to just go eat a person and hope that they ate the right person. Yeah. Who, guess what? Ymir did.
Yeah.
Got fucking lucky on that one. That's literally all you're hoping for, you know? Yeah. Also, so there was that, and...
Also, Ymir's backstory now goes from making 0 sense at all to being like, oh,
of course,
that's why they tossed her the fuck off the wall, being worshipped as Ymir.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta go.
You gotta go. The worst of anybody.
You gotta go real hard. I was wondering if the finger cutting off thing had to do with, like, is he trying to make safer Titans for people, like nerfed with no fingers or something? But
no, that's just their chosen method of being pieces of shit.
Just being cruel. Yeah, for sure. God, there was one other thing I had about, like, I talked about it earlier, but it's like, I think that when you see those 3 kids eating the meat, crying, right? They're eating the bone, and then you see the skeleton in front of you, right? I think you're looking at, like, once upon a time, the closer to the original Ymir you got, the less of the body you needed to eat.
And the less weird, creepy steps you had to take.
Right? You as a human being could consume a little bit of this meat, and then you got the power.
Like,
done.
For example,
right?
Like, let's look at how everybody gets their Titan powers. First, we got to turn you into a Titan. Then you got to eat him.
Right.
Why can't you just eat him?
But here's the thing. The kids are eating parts of a normal-sized human being.
Yeah.
And that's enough.
Yeah.
Right? Eventually, you fast forward, and that bloodline gets so diluted and weakened that perhaps the only way to pass that power on is for you, a normal-sized human, to consume the entirety of that diluted 5% bloodline. Because...
as you are already juiced up on spinal fluid and a monster and magic and blah, blah, blah. Thing.
You're a human being. The only way to get all of that human being inside of you is to not be the size of a human being.
Yeah.
So now a Titan has to do the swallowing.
Yeah.
Right? Because, it's just like you can't eat all of that person. It's impossible.
It would take you a while.
So now in Titan form, you eat it, and now you get that power passed on. But we didn't need that before.
It's kind of astonishing to me when I look back at how, like... this feels like a story that he had in his head the whole time, because there's so many elements that were like, oh, cool, a stylized thing that end up being major plot points later on. So many that I can't imagine that he was like, oh, cool, I'll just use it. So, like, the one that stands out to me the most is the really cool animation of Mikasa going, I'm a coward. No, I'm going to cut these dudes. And then never has a problem cutting dudes ever again, which I always interpreted as like a change in will or intent or like a breaking point in a person's psyche. No, that was magic. That was magic bloodline shit because her dad's an Ackerman. And it gave her the warrior blood.
And it just awoken in that moment.
It just happened to awaken in that moment.
Oh. Yeah.
Right? Like...
Sure.
Okay.
Levi. Yeah.
Like...
the one I was hung up on for a while is remember the end of the beginning, remember the end of the intro that we got.
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
Where the fucking dinosaurs and then the animals all have the glowing red heart and they're marching on a fucking war line running towards everybody. I'm like, what the shit is that about?
So at the time I was like, oh, that's a cool animatic, or maybe we'll see something crazy.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, wait, did that happen?
So I'm like, I went from going, this is some crazy shit we're probably going to get into. Also because the end of the Attack on Titan game has like big animal versions of Titans or some made up crazy shit. And I'm like, yeah, that's some made up crazy bullshit. They're like, no, wait, maybe? No. What if it represents evolution? That's all it is. It just represents the history of evolution. And you see the cricket, and then you see the all the animals with the glowing heart, and then the T-Rexes are running, right? And then you cut to the fucking mural where the Titans are on the back of dire wolves and dragons, and you're like,
wait.
So who fucking knows what that was? If we're going back to Season 2's outro and piecing together story now that we're seeing in Season 3, the ending... What the fuck
Did you see the shot call that the author made? The ballsiest shot call I've ever seen?
No.
He published the last panel of years ahead of time.
The last panel of Attack on Titan?
Yes. I know what the last panel of Attack on Titan is.
That's insane.
And he put it out last year.
That's insane.
And it was like, the story will be done in about 2 years. Here's what the last panel will be.
That's insane.
And
wow,
it's nice and vague, but I have a feeling it will be a bit like it's nice and vague, but when you look at it, you're like, okay, that's probably great.
Okay.
And I might mention it to you after this because it's
pointing. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It
okay.
doesn't matter. I don't want to know.
But it's like,
pointing
wow.
at the stands. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So let's leave it there, and I'll say this, right? We're making a lot of big fucking swings.
We're probably going to get a little bit more next week.
Probably. Here's what I'm saying now. We probably got a bunch of this shit wrong.
Sure.
Right?
I assume we do.
I hope.
Because how can we?
I'm playing with what I got, and that's all I know, and I can't wait to be wrong on this, which means I don't want to be corrected.
Yeah. Do not correct this man.
Do you understand this?
You know what's funny? I saw a comment that cracked me up because it totally inverted what I thought was the discussion about the manga and the anime. Because everybody who's watching the anime is like, what's in the basement? But that's not what the manga people have been talking about. They've been talking about, when can we talk about paths?
Interesting. Huh,
because paths is actually a bigger takeaway than the basement.
Yeah.
People can see the future and all human memory is connected? What?
I was really confused and hung on to the fact that they were calling him the coordinate for a while there. What does that mean? Why would you use that word? And that's why. Right.
Aaron's now the sum total of all Eldian life experience ever through all time.
We're probably never going to get what Ymir actually did.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
That's fine.
It's what happens from here.
I feel that the story's doing a very good job because I'm seeing some people talk about how the story is trying to paint certain real groups in more positive light. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. The whole point of the story is that it doesn't matter. But if you're doing bad things that are bad to do, fuck off. And it's horrible and it's a nightmare.
You are responsible for the truth that you know.
Yeah.
You can't be responsible for the truth you don't know.
Right.
With what you know, you make decisions, and that's what you're judged on.
Right. And
that's it.
Even like, it's like, even if the Eldians are truly awful, horrible monster race, you probably shouldn't be feeding them to dogs. That seems like a real easy moral stance to take.
And the fact, and it's not just that he's that extreme of a sociopath that gets that, but he's able to easily pull it off, cover it up, no problem. It's all good. It's all fine and dandy.
Whatever.
And that is,
who cares?
That's all you really need to demonstrate how fucking bad it must be.
Yeah.
On a day-to-day basis, just in general, for anyone in that state. So
no wonder you're desperate to get out of that and get real citizenship.
I'll take those 13 years.
Yeah.
Easy. All right.
It also explains why our Titan antagonists are so, like, well, not just their personal durability, but they're willing to fucking go hard and risk their lives real good because they're all on borrowed time anyway.
They're on borrowed time, and guess what? I'm now better than you because they told me I am. I don't have to suffer for the crimes that my ancestors did.
You do.
I'm not one of that. I'm not that. That's you. You're full of fucking shit. You need to die. I'm better than you now. I'm fighting for justice.
Yeah.
Like,
and it retroactively makes Reiner and Bert's characters and Annie's characters way better because now you understand why they're having fucking meltdowns after spending their entire young life with these people.
Reiner's meltdowns are my favorite thing about the show. The moments where he goes, "Wait, what?" It's so human. It's so fucking real, especially when he's just like, it's such a, this isn't worth it, man. Can we just talk?
Yeah.
You know, and then Armin tries to pull that with Bertolt, and he's like,
no,
you're not going to get me again.
I ain't going to talk to you.
Yeah. After last time, he's like, hey, Annie's probably suffering right now, isn't she? When Armin gets all scary, you know, and then Bertolt's just like, no, shut up. No talking. You know, we didn't get a chance to.
Because it's funny because we get characters like Grisha, we get characters like Al, we get characters like Aaron, people who and Zeke, people whose entire lives built them up towards this moment, to this view.
Yeah.
Right. And then you get characters like Annie and Bert and Reiner, who we don't have anything on at all. And I guess it's because their shit isn't as dramatic, or, you know,
but you can assume.
It's average, right?
You can assume.
And the circumstance that they put themselves in is in one case, breaking them literally apart in their head.
And
all of Annie's weird cold behavior now makes sense.
Dude, you can fucking watch, you can pause the screenshot and see the shot of Ymir popping out of the desert and eating their friend.
Yeah.
And, like, whoever that was, right? That person has a face, but there they go.
Yeah.
And now they're like, I guess you're on the team now, Ymir. Like, hey, buddy, you know,
piece
come
of
with
shit.
us. Fuck. Yeah, it's
Person who has no interest in any of this shit at all for a multitude of reasons.
And again, and you know, you're telling Grisha to go into the walls and fall in love, right? Like, yeah.
I hope, I don't know how it'll happen, but I really, really hope that at some point fucking Jean finds out about, what was his name? The kid that died in Trost. The one that they fed to the Titan because he overheard them. Mm-hmm. Marco. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I really hope Jean finds out about that.
Yeah.
Because I saw that, I'm like...
That was a wild retcon.
Oh my god. That was so long ago.
That was a wild... Because I saw his face and I was like, is that Marco? And it's like, yeah, that moment was a thing. And they all had they fucked up so many times.
Yeah.
These kids don't know what they're doing. They're fucking
almost
kids.
Like they're 15.
It's almost. Yeah. And I was gonna say, so you describe those two types of people, and then you have the Rod Rices, where it's like, my family just got massacred, and I didn't give a shit about this bastard girl. In fact, her mom just got offed in front of me. Right?
Whatever.
But
I'm royal, man.
Shit, she's the only one with the blood, isn't she?
I gotta get the blood.
All right, come with me. You know? Like, and you're like, oh yeah, you're on the inside and you're just as fucking heinous, you know? It's all around.
Yeah.
It's all around. So, anyway, with that, we leave you, and I suggest...
We'll probably have a quick one next week based on the ocean.
But I suggest you close it out on ProZD's latest video. Goofy sings the Attack on Titan Season 1 theme.
How does he do that? That's tough.
Go hyuk!
We really were the Attack on Titan after all, weren't we?
We were the Attack Titans. It kind of works, just not in English.
Lightning.
Most importantly, the Eotan Onslaught was actually possibly accurate in its titling. Oh. No wonder it was ambiguous and vague. Shout outs to those subs.
Boo! See you next week, everybody.
Bye-bye.